later on in our strategy. Secondly, I would like to go over a bit of a business analysis for you all today as well. So EAL, as you had stated, is not a therapy program. Clients gain valuable life skills, and this is something very important to keep in mind when going through marketing strategies and advertising and driving in that clientele. Next, two horses available. So Dee and Holly, as you mentioned, they can work with up to 4 people at a time. So 8 total, and that's 1.25 hours per session. Third, my apologies, is facilitators must service 50 hours per year to remain certified, and that would be an average of 50 classes per year. Fourth would be the certification, and that instills consumer confidence and it adds value to the company. This means that you have that automatic guarantee trust through this certification. And next would be the target audience, or the customer analysis that we have identified and recommend for you here today. First being students in elementary and high school. We recommend focusing on both of those two, as Moosomin and the surrounding area, it is small towns. These schools have a smaller amount or a smaller class size average between the ages of 8 to 18 years old. I'd also like to mention that a lot of these small town schools, they don't operate in a elementary and high school. It is very well known to be kindergarten to grade 12. Students, they will be, mostly working casual or part-time, or if they are younger or older and focusing on school, relying on their guardian's income. And it is very high risk in this day and age for individuals between these ages to be at high risk for mental health obstacles. So as Anthony stated at the beginning here, before we head into our strategy 1, the marketing objective, current state, is operating part-time with a drive and a passion to move to a full-time business. And through the strategies that we are about to identify for you here today, we believe that you can get to transitioning to operating full-time and sustaining 125 clients or 40 programs. And with that being said, I would like to invite Anthony back up to get into strategy 1.
Thank you, Logan. So strategy 1 will focus a lot on obtaining new clients and expanding into that market, which is very exciting for you and your company. First and foremost, we're going to do a little bit of analysis just to see where is your target customer. As Logan did state, individuals that will be using your service or your business will be those kids 8 to 18 years old. And where they're going to be located in Moosomin and the surrounding areas, which is very nice for you because that means your target market is very condensed. So it's not spread out. You don't have to do a massive advertising campaign. You know exactly where they are. It'll make it very easy to attract and obtain them. The second one will be the value proposition. Your business is very important to these children. It can literally reshape and define their futures. Utilizing that when you go and pitch to the businesses to try and obtain these new customers will be extremely important to do so. So, what do we recommend you do today? We recommend that you utilize your connections with the school board. As we stated, a lot of your target customers that will utilize your service are all in one space. And between the ages of 8 to 18, they're all going to be located in those schools. So why attract the parents when you can attract the education system? Not only do they have the funding to utilize this, but you are also a certified program, meaning it will fit right into the curriculum. And we'd also like to state we did look into the margins for the programs. You have 4, 8, or 12-week programs offered, and we did notice that the margins are actually better for the 4 weeks than it is for the 8 to 12 weeks, which we will discuss more in detail during our financial portion. What we'd also like to do is showcase how you can position yourselves going forward. As I did state, it is a certificate or certified program, and we want you to showcase that to the education system just so they can see the value you have. The critical insight for this is that you need to demonstrate the value this program has and how it can enrich and change the lives of every student involved. Now, how are we going to get this out there and what are we going to do? We do have a little bit of the budget allocated to digital marketing, but we do believe that a lot of it will be in person and business, not business to business, however, just in-person marketing. So what you can see is that digital presence is a must in 2023. One of the first things anybody does when they hear about a new business, whether it's on radio, the news, TV, word of mouth, they Google the business. Well, you have a website, which is very good. We'd also like to discuss ways to make it a little bit more optimized, just so it can be better with more information and easily to be found. As you can see, we'd also like to utilize the Meta platforms to gain brand awareness and drive consumers to the website. A lot of the target markets we discussed were children. However, these ads will target their parents or their teachers. And people in that age range typically tend to use these two social medias the most, which is why for now we'd like to primarily focus on those two. We also did do a little bit of research, and we did find that there's actually a program in southern Saskatchewan that does help businesses such as yourself. This program is Go Digital Sask. Go Digital Sask is funded by the government and teaches local businesses such as yourselves how to market online. And the best part about this program is that it is absolutely free. So you will learn how to use SEO, you'll learn how to make a website, social media posts, content calendars, Google My Business, anything you could possibly think of. And the best part is, you will not pay a single cent for using it. We believe that this is a huge advantage to your company and something that you must absolutely look into implementing. The critical insight for this, as Logan did mention earlier on in the presentation, right now, it feels like your social media usage is a bit of a chore. However, it's very difficult to use social media. If you don't know what you're doing, your hands in a lot of baskets, you're working multiple jobs, it will make it very easy to be taught for free and at your own pace through a great government-funded program such as this. We also would like to utilize radio. So we have identified 2 key radio stations that are in the Moosomin area, and these radio stations are 94.7 Star FM and Q Country 91.5. I would like to state that these radio stations are the most popular in Brandon, but a lot of the residents in Moosomin do listen to these radio stations as it is on the border and very close to it. What we'd like to see you do is run advertisements at 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on these 2 stations. The reason why we decided to do this is at 8 a.m. and 4 p.m., what are people doing? They're driving to work, they're driving to school, they're going back and forth. This will be the primary time and primary place to target these individuals and build a brand awareness for your company so they know about your services. The call to action through these radio ads will be visiting the website to learn more. The reason we chose radio instead of traditional media or more modern media such as YouTube or things of that nature is that radio is 30-second unskippable ads. And again, when they are driving to school or to work or back and forth, they can't do anything but listen to that advertisement, which we believe will be a huge popular factor for your company. What we'd like to do is build up the brand to create a demand from the families and staff for this service before pitching to the schools so they can see that there is demand and there is want for this company. Now, we went through a whole bunch of strategy, and you're probably wondering how we're going to implement this and how will it look. The first one will be setting up the meeting with the school board, and it should be fairly simple since you already do have your foot in the door, and getting your foot in the door with the school board is the hardest step to do so. Secondly, you will apply for the Go Digital SaaS program, and again, there is absolutely zero cost to this. Thirdly, you will create the radio ads and get them commissioned. For how we're going to execute this plan, the key activities will be meeting with the school board, finishing the Go Digital SaaS program, which takes roughly around 15 hours, so it's not a huge time commitment for you, and launching the radio ads. And the key performance indicators, so how do we know this plan is actually successful? And what we'd like to see is an increase in client base of 50% per year, so that will be going to 2024 and 2025. I'd now like to call upon my colleague Ben to go over strategy 2.
Thank you, Anthony. So, you're a startup. Obviously, cash flows are tight. You know that best yourself. So we want to give you more comfort operating this business into the future so that you can have a successful transition from your current job to operating your new company full-time. So, let's take an analysis of your location, Moosomin, the heartland of the prairies, not a single large city within a 2-hour drive of the town. This is important. What drives Moosomin? Community. The other part that drives Moosomin is agriculture. This is important in how we believe you are going to drive some donations to increase your cash flows into the future. Now, secondly, I want to take a quick little analysis at your own company. Not the what you do or how you do it, but why do you do it? Why do you do this process? You have a true love for this beautiful connection with these students that are coming into your business, and you love the experience that you are providing to them and are hoping to better their lives. Overall, what does this say? You care about your community. Do you see where I'm connecting these two things? You care about community in a town that is also community focused. So that will drive this plan here today, where we believe that there are multiple options for you to drive donations to increase your cash flows into your business. First of all, we we do suggest applying to get in your foot in the door to some agricultural fairs, such as the Royal Manitoba Winter Fair. This happens usually in March of each year. Or Agribition in Regina. This is another big agricultural event that happens within reach of your community. With these, we do advise that you go and look into maybe running a 50-50 at these events or running raffles. You will have a lot of your local community going to these events. They will all participate in these initiatives themselves as well. They will also help promote their own community. So they will be also doing your own marketing for you at these events, trying to drive your own sales at these events. Secondly, with the Farmer Field Project. So this is an initiative that a lot of junior hockey teams in the prairies do. What happens is farmers team up in the community. They donate, say, a 25, 50-acre plot of land. Farmer Bob donates the seed inputs. Farmer Jane, she does the fertilizer inputs. Someone donates the machinery for use. The community all gets around, and then in the end, the proceeds of the crop sales go directly to the initiative that project is going for. And then in the end, what is the value prop for those farmers? There is a tax write-off. It is a taxable write-off for them to participate in this initiative. I do want to also look at what a possible implementation would look like for this initiative, as it is important, especially on the side of the winter fairs. It is important as they have already been planning in their processes for the coming years, so it is important to note that you would not get your foot in the door into those areas until 2024. So it is important right now to get proposing to those places to run those campaigns. And now I would like to look at your financials quickly here. So with your financial impact today, we do believe that you'll see a 50% increase in your client base this year. With this, we do believe that this will more be from the radio and the digital side of things, as we do believe it will take a little while for you to get your foot in the door with the school board. They can't plan this overnight. It will take time for them to implement a program such as this. So this is where you'll see most of your increase in clients in this first year. With this also, we do highlight that we did make a line for the government grant system. So we do believe, since you do work with kids with disabilities, there are many Canadian government grants out there to help with these initiatives. We do believe it is reasonably feasible for you to see a 20 grand inflow from these government grants. Also, we do believe that you could run the field donation plan in this first year. We do believe it would be reasonable to get a $20,000 cash inflow from a project that runs on, say, a 25-acre plot. With this, also, we do highlight that we do have a donation expense as well. This is of $1,000. We also just want this as more of a thank you to the farmers that would participate in this initiative. And then into 2024, you do see this bump in clients. This sets you over your goal by 2025, a year earlier. This is when that school program kicks into place, and you will see a significant increase in client base. With this also, I do want to highlight on the bottom row that there is a community engagement cost here. This is now you giving back to the community. The community has helped you. We do believe it is important to go into the future supporting back to your community, and then you will receive that funding back. So for some key performance indicators here today. First of all, we need you to see at least a 50% increase in your client base per year for these first 2 years. We do believe that this is reasonably feasible. However, we just want to highlight that you are keeping track that this is taking place. Secondly, we want you to obtain $6,250 in donations in the first year. This is important to cover your costs in this first year. This would put you at break even during this first year. However, we do believe, as outlined in the financial impact, you're going to see a lot more cash come in the door than just that number. And lastly, 3% of radio listeners are converted to sales. We want you to run this through with the marketing partnership. We want to survey your customers and make sure that these radio ads are efficient and converting sales that are coming in the door. So with the timeline today, I want to see you apply for grants in Q1, sign up for the GDS program in Q2, launch your radio ads in Q3, and then in Q4, finish that GDS program. You are now set up, your marketing is ready, you can now more efficiently run your marketing into the future. And then 6, keep running those donation events. At this point, you will likely be looking at the Royal Manitoba Winter Fair in March 2024 in this case. So with the risks and mitigations today, first of all, the big one, what if you can't acquire the grants? That is important, as we did outline that you would have 20 grand coming into your company. However, we do believe that the community-backed program will allow significant amount of cash coming into your company. And I'll now like to invite Anthony to highlight the second risk and mitigation today.
Thank you, Ben. So one of the main risks we have here is maybe the sales aren't up to what we projected. And what we could do for that is offer a discount or a free trial if this plan does not meet those expectations. Now you may be asking, how can we just didn't do the discount or the free trial right off the bat? And while for marketing teams and just marketing people in general, there will always be the expectation that we must hit sales. However, as a business owner, I would like to ask you this. Do you want sales or do you want profits? Discounts are bad for 3 primary reasons. The first one is that it will lower the perceived value by consumers. The second one, it will force smaller margins. And as a recently new startup, these are some things that you cannot afford to do at this time. And thirdly, those margins are small, but they're only going to get smaller over time. And that is why we decided not to do discounts and wait until we absolutely need to. At the start of this, you saw your business operating part-time with the drive to move your business to full-time. And through our 2 strategies, the first one being to expand that market, go into the school section and get those new people. And the second one, between community engagement and giving back to the community, you will see the future state of being able to transition to operating full-time and obtaining the clients you need as a startup. I talked a lot about dreams at the beginning of the presentation, and while mine may not have worked out, I am very glad that you'll be on the right pace to make sure yours do. I'd now like to invite the floor to any questions.
I can start. First of all, I'm very sorry to hear that things will succeed. I'm hoping in strategy 1, are we targeting the school board with more of a B2B approach, or is this more towards students with the B2C approach, and how does that kind of align to your overall strategy?
Thank you. We do believe it was important to outline the students as the customer. However, we do apply and do believe that the school boards will be the ones buying, but the students will be the one that need to see the value in this as well as the school boards. Because if students don't find the value in your business, then school boards won't want to invest into the business as well. The main portion of this will be B2B, but it's with more brand awareness that we've outlined to get those students involved in really being excited for your business.
It's quite cool. So you're building a partnership with the school board and then hoping that there's buy-in from the students so that they want to participate with the programming built with the school board. Is that correct?
Yes.
You want to see 50% client growth per year. And yet when I looked at sort of your plan for the year based on each quarter, it seemed a little bit slow to me. It seemed like, are we taking action fast enough to hit a goal that's that aggressive? So I just wanted to speak more to that.
Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. So with that first year, we do believe that that will be a more slow growth year. That is because you do not have your foot in the door with the school board. That is why there is only a 29 user increase, as we do believe you do have enough organic demand. You are riding a wave right now, so we do believe that even if we didn't imply this marketing plan for you today, you would see an increase in your demand anyways. Now we are sending you over that limit. So as with that, we do believe then, once that foot is in the door of the school board in that second year, that is why there's such a large increase in that year, as you'll have programming throughout the local school division, having so many students coming to your program.
Well, I can answer that as well. I kind of have a follow-up to that question. So, as a startup owner, I want to revisit your timeline. So, you're planning on all of this happening in 6 quarters, correct? Startup world is incredibly fast-paced. So, you can launch a radio ad, sign up for GDS,
you so much. I would like to start off by saying, as even though this is a startup business as well, you have been operating for a while already. There's already the community engagement around Mooseman, and really working off of that and just having that word of mouth, close-centered community involvement will naturally and organically be driving those sales and revenue. Anthony, I believe you want to take over, so I will let you do so.
Thank you, Logan. With startups, it is true that it is very fast and very fast-paced. However, for yourself as a business owner, you are spreading yourself very thin. You are doing multiple different things, which isn't a bad thing at all. But we do believe sustainable growth is better than fast growth, and this will see you have the benefits in the future without ruining your business by trying to be too fast.
If I could go next, I have a question on strategy 2. And so it looks like it's mostly, is your strategy here to get donations through versus revenue? Use the word donation.
Yeah, so with this, we do believe that this would more be a revenue, sorry. Now that I looked at it, but this would be more of a donation. This is an official donation. With this, we do,
They're registered for profit business, so how do they get donations versus
sorry about that. Sorry, you're saying that your business is registered?
it's a for-profit business, my objective is to increase.
Yes, I believe we just misspoke simply. I do believe it was supposed to be for revenue, and we just had the idea in the brainstorming phase and forgot to fix the financials.
Okay, perfect, thank you for clarifying that.
So part of your marketing plan as well is investing quite a bit into radio advertising, and why do you think that's a better course of action versus like email marketing or?
So there is a common misconception that radio advertisement is outdated and out of touch. However, that is simply not true. 80% of millennials listen to over 13 and a half hours of radio per week, and these parents and teachers would fall in that category, which is why we decided to touch on radio ads. We also did want to do this because local communities tend to listen to radio.
At this time? I'm gonna give the executive time. After every single presentation, when the delegates are leaving, we'll just give them kind of here. Those are name tags, go back. Everything stays in here, and we'll get a big pile of it, and I'll send that to you. But I'll take your name tags from you. You can see them. I'll send it. Forwards to check on. I'll let you run this one yourself and let me know. Was there eye drops in that bag? Calculator. Okay, so calculators and any personal items. Thank you.
Time's up.
Yeah.
I'm good. Excellent. Good. Thank you so much. Perfect. You're good? Yeah. Awesome. Perfect. Got it. Looks good. Okay. So when we have the guns and everything, start getting people in. Just kidding. Sorry. Yeah, I think we should start, once the deliberation is done, we should start getting people in, and then if, yeah, if the presentation, if it's like 8:40, yeah, the next presentation can start, just if there's people are not in, up not, they don't have to come in. Close the door, make sure the team's inside though.
Oh, okay. I need to watch my clock.
You're talking to Grace earlier. Yeah. She's a runner. Yes. Yes. Shoot, I heard you're a K. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone got her. It's actually pretty fun. Yes, it's not. You're doing great, Dad.
Wait, here's
Does it not tell you? Usually each case is sponsored by certain. Do you not, what is this, marketing? Yeah, just ask what marketing, which sponsors for marketing. Okay, so for academics, like you have like this schedule, right? So you should have like, isn't it a new sheet every time? Yeah, so then whoever just presented. Yes, but is this the new one or the previous one? Oh, participation marks, gotcha. Yep. Yeah. That's for debate. Not athletics, you're just for academics, so.
Yeah, we are allowed to maybe see but we have some we're not aware about.
But you don't have to
We're
worry about
gonna
it.
wait to have that access to Camden. But yeah, we're allowed to, have access.
You're
to all the
welcome.
presentations.
Hi. Great. Got a bunch of swag yesterday.
On the run upstairs, like if you can resolution.
And a nice big room.
Yeah. It's pretty nice. You
Is
just
that the
walk
one that
through.
started at like 3:30 this morning? Because I think Carmen had us on that to start with.
Really?
Yeah.
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 Have fun, see you later.
So,
Welcome to the JDC West 2023 case presentation. Before starting today, JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan and Saskatoon is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Jacqueline Conley, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Stephanie Stevenson, and Jamie Chilton. My name is Shelley Kay, and I will be acting as the moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask questions to presenters' questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, will hold up a timing loop throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand. I, the presentation monitor, will call on them to ask their questions. Once the question period is concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and there's no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
Morning and welcome. My name is Lauren, and these are my colleagues Nick and Bernard, and we are L&B Consulting. So today we are very excited to present to you our recommendations for Skills for Life. So to start off, Skills for Life is running a company that is based out of equine assisted learning, which has to do with the development and life skills in children, young people, as well as women, so really anybody. And it just helps them develop self-esteem, confidence, work on teamwork, as well as emotional intelligence. And it also, of course, involves horses, as you can tell by the photo, so it's a little bit different from some traditional methods of learning, as horses are very aware of people's their emotions and how they're reacting to things, so it's a non-traditional way of doing things. So for our executive summary, we identified some problems. So the first one is how to increase profitability while also growing the client pool, as well as how to combine the passion for business and the needs to impact the community and build a sustainable future, as well as how to transition from part-time to full-time programming by January 2025. So some of the issues that we noticed were a lack of familiarity from the general public about EAL, as well as a lack of an online presence for the company, as well as a lack of interest in the 12-week program based on some numbers. So our solutions were to host events at schools and community centers to educate the public, as well as focus on only the 4-week programs and increasing interactive online presence. So we'll go over our analysis, recommendation, and then our implementation. Take a look at the company overview. It was launched in 2021 in Saskatchewan. It currently has 21 programs with 58 clients. It's doubled its clientele from 2021 to 2022, and the programs offered right now are 4 weeks, 8 weeks, and 12 weeks, and they mainly target children, youth, and young and older women right now. So the primary and secondary issues that we identified, we're just going to go into a little bit more detail about these. So for the lack of familiarity, this was a newer concept that was introduced in 2017, and it started in Canada. There's also a large international network of facilitators, so people from Australia and New Zealand and lots of different countries are also part of this program as well. And the demand is currently growing in Saskatchewan, so that's a really good outlook for the company. For the lack of online presence, there's a lack of expertise in SEO and lead tracking within the company, particularly the owner of the company doesn't have a lot of familiarity with that. And there's not a lot of reach to the e-newsletter, which is something she was considering. But again, that's more of a very kind of traditional way of doing online marketing. For the 12-week program, there's currently 0 enrollment in that program in the youth and adult in both 2021 and 2022. So we can see right away there's a lack of interest in both years that the company has been running. So now I will pass it over to Nick for the recommendation.
Thank you, Lauren. So when making our decisions, we focus on these 3 criteria, which is cost, risk, and outreach. Cost, we basically looked at how much it would cost to do the operations that we will talk about shortly, and basically how much money can we get back from it, because if we're not profitable, then is it really worth it? Same with risk. How risky are these operations to both the business and just the overall what we're trying to do, and the outreach, since we're trying to inform a lot of people, how effective is it and how many people can we really reach?
So for our first solution for the lack of familiarity, what we decided to do in terms of hosting events with the schools and the community centers, so for our 3 target markets for the children, we thought that field trips would be the best idea to help engage the children, and so they can see the horses, see the interactions. It's always very exciting for children to actually leave the school and go see what exactly is happening. For the youth, we decided to do assembly speeches, so typically this would take place in a high school, so have like a more formal demonstration and have the owner of the business come talk to the students. After the assembly, they can do one-on-one, as she really likes to do that and connect with the students on a more personal level. For the women, we decided to do community center booths at markets. So typically those markets that take place in community centers, we thought it'd be great to set up a booth there where there would be a lot of women located shopping around. They can check out the service, see if that would be something that would be interest of them. And as well, the new target market that we thought would be good to incorporate with support groups for survivors of abuse and violence. EAL, it could be an additional support beyond just regular support groups and therapy. And again, that could also take place in community centers.
For our second solution, we decided to cut out the 12-week program and the 8-week program. So why did we do so? First of all, the 12-week program, no one signs up for them, so we're not actually making any money off of them. And the 8-week program only went up by 1 person from last year to this year. Now, the 4-week program is our most popular program, and actually the program sold more than doubled over the year. And this is just an example. So for the 12-week program, you pay $600, that's how much we get. Versus if we offered 3 4-week programs, it's $660. So what this shows us as well is that people don't want to go long-term with these programs. They want to try something for 4 weeks, and if they like it, they could also always come back and get more, another 4 week, and as many as they want. For our second solution, which talks about the lack of online presence, it is something Corinna has mentioned that she wants to work on the online presence, and what we thought we should do is a blog. So we want to reach a lot of people. She wants to talk about one-on-one as well, and inform people about these things. And with blogs, we believe that we can reach a very wide audience, as well as on Google. We will update our Google all the time, because when you search up our company, it will pop up first. And it also doesn't require much knowledge of SEO.
And now I'll just be talking about how we're going to be implementing our solutions. We're mainly going to be doing it in a 3-phase approach, focusing all the way from January 2023 to January 2025. For our short term, which is our phase 1, is going to be from January 2023 all the way to April 2023. And then what we're mainly looking for here is to get rid of the 8 to 12-week program. That's one of the things, mainly because those don't really get as much customers as the 4-week program. So if we get rid of them, we can potentially sign up more customers. And with the additional, and if we just keep the 4-week program, customers who potentially want the 8 or the 12-week program, we can give it to them for an additional discount that they can use to keep on subscribing to the EAL program. We will also be contacting schools and community centers for potential partnership, mainly since Karina is good at public speaking, talking to audiences. She's an expertise in that. We want her to be in front of an audience, educating children, educating young adults, and making sure that the service is being promoted out into the province. And we want to also start brainstorming blog ideas, making sure that we are understanding what our customers want to hear, what maybe people don't understand or misunderstood about what EAL is and the benefits of it. And we also want to survey our current customers about new program suggestions. Maybe something we're missing is customers maybe want a 2-week program, maybe they want a 4-week program, maybe they want something shorter or longer. We want to just see what they need, what they want, and better customize it to them. And we also just want to start contacting support groups, making sure that they know that there's alternative ways of help that their people who go there can get, and we'll just be leaving pamphlets and potentially going and doing speeches over there. And who is involved in this one is just Karina and Caroline, since they're the only two people working on the company. And what we're mainly looking for in this phase is a minimum of 40 responses from our customer survey. Mainly, we're looking for 40 because we want to make sure that we're getting a large enough sample size of all the customers we have, and we're getting we're making sure we get what we need from the customers. And we're also looking for 1 speech and also 2 events, either a school or community event booked up for the year that Karina can go speak at and also show her horses, since for her to do events that are not public speaking, horses need to be involved so people can see what therapy would look like in person. For medium term, this is our second phase. It will be a year long from May 2023 all the way to May 2024. This will be mainly, we're launching our blog, and then we are also updating it, making sure we're keeping track of all the people who are sharing the blog, who are commenting on the blog, who are how many subscribers we get. And we're also going to be acquiring new horses, since we're offering more and more programs from the new customers we're going to be getting. We want to be making sure that we're getting new horses and so that the customers can, of course, be helped. And we're also going to be looking for potential volunteers and employees. The business is expanding. We want to make sure that we have employees who can help with. The day-to-day task, and also volunteers that come around and also just do the little things around the farm, making sure that people are being helped. And it's just the same people who are involved, Karina and Caroline. And for the key performance indicator, what we're looking for is minimum of 300 blog subscribers. Doesn't have to be from the province, it can be anyone around the world, just mainly spreading the word of EAL, making sure that people are understanding that this is a different form of therapy that they can use to get over something. And we're also looking for 10 additional programs being added by the end of 2023. 10 for a program to be started needs 4 people. So this will just be 40 new customers that we will be adding by the end of 2023 this year, and also just moving over to the next year. For our long-term plan, after from June 2024 all the way to May 2025, we're going to be looking for potential expansion locations, mainly moving to different cities, going to maybe owning a new farm, owning a bigger property. If customers are coming in, we want to make sure that they have the best care, and maybe even offering somewhere people can stay for the week. And we're also looking for the bigger farm and expansion of the programs. It's going to be Karina and Caroline, and whoever employers, if we have hired more people, the volunteers will be helping, and of course the other new staff that have been hired. And for the key performance indicator, what we're looking for is to have hit our goal of 40 programs being offered, and with a potential of 125 clients. And we want to at least have $10,000 in profit that year, mainly because we want to know that our expenses are not too high, our bills are not too high, we are paying our employees adequately. And if we can achieve that goal, we know that we are on the right track, and we know that 2025 and 2026 can be good years for the company. One of the risks we took into account was COVID coming back and lockdowns being reinstated. For the mitigation, what we thought was we would mainly transition this online. Of course, that will take away the horses aspect, but we will try to be more proactive, maybe offer less programs than we have, but still keep a bit of the horses around, maybe have more mask tours with the customers and with the volunteers. Okay, just to summarize everything up real quick. So for our questions that we were trying to answer today was how to increase profitability while also growing the client pool was, and the way we did that was also by offering more programs, going to schools and talking to children, making sure that their parents know about it, making sure that if the kids are interested, they can ask more questions about it and giving them more information so that they can learn more about it. And how can we combine Karina's passion for the EAL and the business to impact the community in a more sustainable manner. That was just by her going to events at schools, giving public speeches, giving assembly speeches, making sure that she can get that connection one-on-one since she's an expert at that. She can talk to different people and get them to potentially sign up for the program. And how can we transition from part-time to full-time programming by January 2025? For full-time programming, we'll just need to be 40 programs being offered so Karina can leave her other job and start doing EAL for full-time. And the way we did that was just by, of course, going to schools, making sure that the kids understand what we are offering, what we give to them, and making sure that we're targeting the people in support groups and that they understand what we offer. Thank you so much. Because it's a very niche category of therapy, we don't want to just expand to everyone. We want the people who are specifically looking for stuff like this to connect with similar-minded people, making sure that they at least know that someone thinks like this.
I did have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
But you go first. Honestly.
I'm curious about your financials. I didn't see a statement on here, and I saw that your goal was 300 subscribers for the bloggers. So if that is your strategy, that's a pretty big undertaking, 300 subscribers. You're planning on reaching that. What's your actual marketing revenue costs implementation going to look like?
So what we thought was just mainly handing out pamphlets to schools, to support group, community centers, making sure that they know that we have our blog, we list our blog there, and of course just listing and just listing it. And of course just listing it online, making sure that we pop up first when people search EAL and all the strategy.
Three target audiences plus the addition of a new one. Can you provide a little bit more information on how you would define? You talked about age, but is there a geography or some other elements you might use to define it? And then how does that relate back to your proposed tactics?
I would say for the target audience, the geography part of that, it would stay within Saskatchewan and Manitoba, but eventually we would like to expand further into Canada once the business becomes more established. But I would say that still aligns with our goals of sort of like staying almost like a bit local in the first part because she has a lot of word of mouth and networking connections right now. So in the short term, that would be the best plan, and then in the long term going wider in Canada.
Yeah, I have another question about, because you mentioned this at KPI in phase one speech or two events per year, which doesn't seem like enough to get awareness and exposure out there. So, and also, how are you
we chose it that way. That was our minimum target goal. We want to make sure that we at least hit our minimums of booking an event and doing a speech. Conversion rate would just be how many potential leads we have acquired from going to that event, how many people came up to talk to us after the event, because some people go to events and just leave right after. So we go to events, people come to talk to us, we give them our number, take them to our website. That could be a potential way we can get blog readers. And of course, we will just be tracking them through different means, just making sure that we have contact with them.
I would add on to that as well and say that we were considering the owner's current schedule, as she does work a full-time job. So it would be a bit unreasonable to be booking like a lot of those speeches. So we could definitely increase that. It might be a bit of a small number, but that would be dependent on her schedule and what she could accommodate. So that's why we chose the smaller amount in the beginning.
Real quickly, tell me a little bit about why cutting 8 and 12 week went into your recommendation. Did you do any financial analysis on that, or was it just purely based off of looking at the very beginning of it?
There was a financial analysis back on a couple slides ago on the pages where there was a breakdown of the numbers. So if you were to do just one 8-week program, or sorry, one 12-week program, that'd be $600, but you could do 3 4-week programs, and that would be $660. So that would be a higher profit, and you'd be able to offer more programs to meet that goal of 40 programs by 2025.
This time, so that concludes the presentation.
You guys are done.
Time's done.
morning, everyone, and welcome to JDC West 2023 PACE presentation. Before starting today, JDC Organizing Committee would like to make acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay respects to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, I have Jacqueline Conway, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Tiffany Stevenson, and Amy Palchon. My name is Shelley Kay, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, will hold up the timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. Once the question period is concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned silent and there's no talking amongst yourself or signaling the competitors through their presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
Apologies, sorry, it's 9:16 and the presentation starts at 9:20.
Okay.
So we're gonna hold until the actual presentation time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have to read that again?
No.
Okay.
You're okay, we'll just not start the time and not start presenting.
We're in process here. A 4 minutes.
No worries. Lots of practice. Working with patches. I think I might take you up on that. Thank you.
I got 1 minute.
despite how daunting it may seem, the hardest part about being a kid isn't learning arithmetic or learning how to ride your bike without wheels. It's learning who you are, how you fit in, and how you can contribute. At Skills for Life, you made finding the answers for these questions easy through equine accessible learning, a unique way of learning that many haven't seen before. Since your recent inception, though, you've been growing strong, but there's so much room to grow. With that, how can you turn this passion from part-time to full-time? How do you find your guiding light to success? Good morning, my name is Megan, and today I'm joined by my colleagues Emily and Mary. And today we're here as North Star Consulting to help you achieve the vision of positioning Skills for Life for sustainable long-term growth throughout the next 3 years. In doing so, there are 3 major issues that must be addressed. 1, your operational capacity in terms of being able to address these issues and generate a profit long-term. Secondly, you must be able to address how you're able to actually impact your local community through Skills for Life, because they are oftentimes unaware of the benefits that they can gain. And thirdly, you must be able to address how you can actually generate profits long-term to make this business sustainable and operate full-time. To counter these issues, we have our strategy, Illuminate, which we are so excited to present today. It is comprised of Sparkle, which is offering the Stronger Together program, which is meant for family and friend bundles, as well as Glimmer, which is a program, which is the process of going into local fairs and pitching there to gain more traction and awareness. And thirdly, we have Shine, our last pillar of the Illuminate strategy, which is working towards going into educational curriculums and building awareness there and having a full funnel so you have a longer retention strategy and are able to get people to come back long term. In doing so, you will be able to achieve an average class fill rate of 75%, up from your current 50% by 2025. You'll also be able to increase or able to have a conversion rate of 30% of your prospective clients, and you'll also be able to run 2 field trips by the time of 2023, by the end of 2025. And in doing so, you'll be able to acquire over your current goal of 148 clients of going to 125 clients to 135 by 2025. And for today's presentation, we will be presenting in the order of the analysis, recommendation, and implementation of each pillar before moving on to the next.
So the very first question for us to address is, who should Skills for Life be targeting? And so, Karina, we understand how important having that impact in the community is to you. However, you are one person. Even with the addition of Carolyn, you have limited resources and cannot market to all target segments. If we look at the elements of profitability and market size, we see that children are the best opportunity for you to pursue, in that they not only drive the majority of your revenue, but they also have a larger market size in terms of individuals who'd be interested in being a part of EAL learning opportunities. So the key takeaway here is that Skills for Life cannot support all groups with the current operational capacity. However, you can build that capacity by targeting children, growing your revenue, and then be able to support future opportunities with that. Diving into the first element of our Illuminate strategy, Sparkle. So here we have your ideal client. We have Tommy, who's 8 years old, whose motivations are he wants to fit in with his friends, he wants to have fun, and he's a kid after all. And really, he wants to have that validation from his peers. Currently, he attends school and loves to play with his brothers and friends, and his pain points are that he's a shy individual. He's uncomfortable in new social situations with people he doesn't know. And the channels here are mainly word of mouth, hearing things from his friends and from his family. But really, Tommy isn't the decision maker. He's not the one paying the bills. We need to look at Anne, Tommy's mother. She is someone who's trying to provide the best for her children. And here we see that as a busy working mom, she also loves to bring her kids to community events. The pain points here for Anne are that she doesn't know how to help Tommy build that confidence that she knows he needs, and she also wants to find more opportunities to connect with her kids. Her channels are word of mouth, Google search, as well as talking to people through these community events. Now, if we look at Skills for Life's current resources, they're not being maximized. Currently, we see that you do not have enough clients, and because of that, your operations are not sustainable. If we look at your capacity, your classes have the opportunity to serve up to 4 clients, and you rely on word-of-mouth marketing for referrals for new clients. However, if we look at your current operations, you average about 2.8 students per class. That's only a capacity of 69%. There's opportunity to be servicing more people with each program you run. Additionally, we see that you're struggling in terms of gaining awareness within the community, and the implication here is that without your full classes running, you're not utilizing your limited resources to their full potential. So let's look at how you can actually utilize those resources. If we look at the decision criteria of alignment with your target market of Anne and Tommy, the profitability and the potential to fill class sizes, we see an opportunity to offer bundled classes, giving a discounted price to maximize the fill rate of your classes. So the key takeaway here is that Skills for Life can better leverage your limited capacity by offering bundled classes to better engage your target audience.
So what do these bundled classes actually look like? How do you make it exciting for these families and make them want to sign up? So today we're here excited to present to you Stronger Together, this new family package so people can sign up in their families of 3, 4, or even with friends at a discounted rate to ensure that you're able to increase that fill rate of your classes to make sure that you're making as much money as possible with each program. And with that, what does it actually look like? So with this program, it'll be focused on children primarily, as that is the strongest target market, and you'll make sure that their families are also incorporated, whether that's their siblings, their parents, or any friends that they have as well. So they're still engaged, they're still active, but it's primarily focused on their development to make sure that they're feeling supported and empowered at the end of the day. And with that, you're gonna have families engaged. They're working with Dee and or Holly if it is a larger group, and they're getting to choose how they're navigating this. They're still doing the similar exercises that you have in your youth mentorship program, but they're doing it as a group. With that, many kids, such as Tommy, will feel supported because they're with their parents. They'll feel as though that they're in an environment where they can truly grow because they're with people that they trust and care. And lastly, families will also be able to schedule visits to make sure that this is the right environment for their children to learn. Once they see other people learning through EAL, they'll realize how great it is for them as well. And so how does this actually work in terms of implementing it with your new pricing structure? So in terms of current value with your current mentorship program rate, this would be valued at $325 per person. But in terms of having it act as a value, as a bundle with a discounted rate, it'll be priced at $299 per person. And with the initial launch, it'll be at a further discounted rate at $250 per person, just to make sure that you're able to get sign up for when it's first launched. And so what's the value for groups when they actually sign up for this bundle? So not only are they getting a safe space to learn with their family, their friends, an environment where they truly feel supported, but they're also able to, again, develop the leadership skills, emotional skills, and any other skills that they need later on to position them for success later on in life, especially because these are children. You're developing these skills early on for them. And you're also encouraging family bonding. Many families want to take the time to make sure that they're really engaging with their children, so this is just another unique way and fun way for them to do so while encouraging their children's growth. And what's the value that you will have at Skills for Life? So you'll be having an increased revenue generation because you're increasing the number of people that are currently attending at your current rate of 2 to 1 horse. It'll now be 3 to 4 per horse. So you're increasing the money that you're getting because you are still charging per person. You'll also be getting greater economies of scale because you're getting more people for the same unit in terms of resources. And you'll also be able to strengthen and support your community, making sure that you're really empowering the youths that you really care about, and you're able to support them long term. And with that, we'll go into our implementation.
So moving on to our implementation, to implement this great new offering that you have, we're going to help you reach to up to 75% of your class fill rate to increase your profitability. Beginning with purchasing the Family Hurt program curriculum, which is the perfect curriculum to have for this new offering. This will teach families how to bond together and improve emotional intelligence within these classes. Next, we will email and call your past clients to gain warm leads so that you can get a higher interest rate in the first month. And next, we'll begin booking the events and having our initial discount in the first month and collecting information from the interested clients as well as any feedback that you have. And our key milestones is to learn the new curriculum by February of 2023 and finish collecting the warm leads by the end of April and launch your classes by the end of March of 2023. And your KPI is to contact 10 previous clients as well as run 4 programs by June 2023 and have an average program rating of 4.0 by July 2023. So with our Glimmer strategy, maximizing your current resources, let's move on to the next pillar of Illuminate, Glimmer. So here we see that Skills for Life relies on word-of-mouth marketing to gain new clients and referrals. However, the future implication here is that you cannot grow your client base at a sustainable rate solely relying on this one channel. If we look at your value proposition, it's very experiential based. It's people having the opportunity to interact with your horses and gain those experiences through that skill. And with that, it's really about building that relationship with horses and individuals. The insight here is that to allow clients and also parents that are looking to sign their kids up for these kinds of programs to see the benefits of EAL classes, Skills for Life should be leveraging a more experiential-based marketing approach. Now, if we look at some of the different opportunities you've been considering to market EAL better, we have social media, e-newsletter, as well as in-person events. The criteria here we're looking at are alignment with your core competencies as a company, specifically Karina with your ability to present and interest in trying to empower people by talking to them and building that relationship. We also have your ability to convey that experiential value as well as alignment with target market and the profitability. Ultimately, we see that in-person events are the best way to pursue, as first off, social media does not have the opportunity for you to build that face-to-face connection with individuals to really showcase the value proposition of Skills for Life. And e-newsletters similarly do not allow you to do that and gain the reach that you need. Thus, the key takeaway here is that Skills for Life should be leveraging an in-person experiential marketing to develop that awareness, specifically leveraging in-person events.
So with these in-person events, what does it actually look like and how is it going to work? So you're going to be going to local fairs, you're going to be engaging with your community and finding children to make sure that they're actually signing on to these programs as well. So in terms of grabbing their attention, what you're going to do is make sure that you're catering to both parties, both the decision maker and the person who's actually going to be attending. So for that, you're going to be grabbing their attention. Then you're going to make sure that they have the opportunity to actually try it out. So you're going to have a mini exercise that follows the EAL curriculum. And then you're actually going to make sure that there is a conversion piece. There's a way to make sure that parents are able to sign on after they see how great it is for their kid. So in terms of grabbing their attention, what you're going to have is a bold booth set up at these local fairs. It has bright colors. It's attractive for children. They're going to be excited. They see a horse in the back. They want to see what's happening there, and they're excited to go try it out. And when that happens, what's going to happen is Karina and Carolyn are going to make sure that they not only greet the kid, but they also greet their parents. And with that, children will be led by Karina in terms of how to adopt these exercises through a mini trial, have fun with it, and also see how they can test out their leadership skills. Meanwhile, Carolyn will be navigating the parents through what EAL is, what Skills for Life is, and how it could benefit their children in terms of how it benefits their family, their child, and growing, and empowering the community. And lastly, in terms of making sure that you're able to follow up, get these people to sign on and actually participate in a program, you're going to make sure that within this part, or within the part where they're going through the booth, you're going to make sure that you're not only collecting their contact information by getting written signups, but you're also making sure that with that you're giving them a pamphlet. For every person who comes, there's going to be a pamphlet given to the parents where they can learn more about EAL. There's a QR code that redirects to the website where they can also obtain contact information to make sure that if they are interested, you can follow up with them as well.
And to implement our pillar Glimmer, we'll first start off by buying your merchant spot at the local fairs in the spring and summer months when children and families are looking to get out and have fun. And next, we'll design and print pamphlets that have information on what classes you offer, the benefits you have to the community, as well as your values with Skills to Life and Skills for Life. And next, you'll be setting up at the local fairs, as well as pitching these events to the children and family. So the key milestones here is to purchase merchant space for 2 local fairs in the spring and summer, and sign a contract with Carolyn so that she can work extra hours during these events by the end of December 2023, and complete 2 fairs by August of 2024. Our KPIs is to complete 1 fair by the end of May 2024, have 2 visitor bookings scheduled by July 2024, as well as collect 10 new prospective clients by the end of August 2024. And with this strategy, we'll hope to convert 30% of the prospective clients.
So with our Glimmer strategy driving meaningful awareness, let's dive into the final pillar of Illuminate, Shine. So here we see that Skills for Life has that limited impact on the community because of those resources and the current way your programs are running. That means the implication here is that you cannot maximize the impact that you currently have. Your current state is that you're running 21 programs with about 58 clients. However, you have the potential to support up to 40 programs. Now, if we look at how we can do this the best, given your current resources, there's an opportunity to collaborate with school districts to provide that EAL learning to as many children as possible.
Providing this learning to children through these school curriculums, what we see for you in the future is having fully integrated curriculums with schools going through EAL, having that adopted with their curriculum. But what the first step is making sure that they actually want to do this, that children are engaged, and that starts with field trips. So how does this actually work? What are these field trips? So these field trips, you're having schools in Moosomin, and they're going to be learning about EAL, and you're going to be driving conversion by inviting schools, or by working with schools, having field trips with elementary school age children, and making sure that they not only are able to learn what EAL is and experience it firsthand, but also that they just genuinely have an interest and they find their passion with it at an early age to spark that while they're still young. And so what does this actually look like in terms of the field trip? So children will be visiting Skills for Life for about half a school day on their own schedule, and they'll be doing everything from learning what EAL is, hearing that from Karina herself, why EAL is important, and learning about the horses. They get to play with Dee and Holly, they get to feed them, and most importantly, they get to do the exercises with them. They get to do EAL supported exercises and learn development by taking turns and rotations. And then what will happen after that is that children will be sent home with a pamphlet and photos for their parents to see not only how fun of an experience it was through the photos, but also giving parents the opportunity to learn what EAL is and what the field trip their kid was just on, but also learn about the benefits and opportunities for them to continue with EAL later on with Skills for Life. And so how do you make sure that you're actually able to go with these field trips later on? You need to ensure that you have buy-in from schools. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be pitching to local elementary schools, and you're going to be going in with the value proposition of not only are they going to be, your Skills for Life is giving them the ability to empower their students and position them for long-term success and growth, which is the main goal of these schools, but you're also giving them the opportunity to do it in a unique way, which many other schools don't have. And so in terms of being able to do that, you're not only giving them a way to differentiate themselves from other schools, because many schools are competing within their districts, but you're also giving them a new way to engage their students and make them excited to go to school. And then in terms of having value for Skills for Life, you're ensuring that you're having an increased reach with your aligned target market of having young children, but also you're generating more profits through conversion because the schools will also be paying you money to attend these field trips.
And to implement our pillar Shine, first you'll have an alignment meeting with Carolyn, as you will both be taking part in this strategy and creating videos to pitch the schools so that you can showcase your program offerings and show them what the classes actually look like. Next, you will reach out to the parent association and elementary school principals via email and pitch the schools, as well as work with the teachers to plan and run these field trips. Our key stakeholders are the principals, PAC, Carolyn, and Karina yourself. Milestones are to run 2 field trips by the end of 2025, complete pitches to 6 elementary schools by the end of 2025 as well, and complete the pitches by the end of 2025. So our KPI is to gain 20 clients from the field trips by the end of Q3 2025 and receive 1 school buy-in by the end of Q4 2024. In terms of risk, we have identified 3 risks within our Illuminate strategy. The first risk is associated with our Sparkle pillar, which is that parents don't have time to participate with their children. To mitigate for this risk, we'll offer flexible times and program durations so that they can choose whichever works the best for them. Our next risk, associated with Glimmer, is that local fairs perceive horses as a potential hazard. Our mitigation is to keep horses within pens and away from walking areas so that they can be kept in a safe space. And our third risk is that schools are unable to afford field trip prices. And to mitigate for this risk, we will be offering these field trips as optional, individually funded field trips.
So now that we've mitigated these risks going forward and we're able to ensure that you're able to adopt the Illuminate strategy, let's just go over what we were able to present today. So today we presented the Illuminate strategy comprised of our 3 pillars. Sparkle, which is offering the Family Stronger Together bundle. We also have our Glimmer pillar, which is driving awareness through events, through local fairs. And third, we have our third pillar, Shine, which is having integrated local curriculum by going through these field trips and eventually moving towards local adoption in terms of integrating that fully into curriculum. And in doing so, with the strategy, you'll be able to have an average class fill rate of 75%. You'll also have a conversion rate of 30% through these fairs, and you'll also be able to ensure that you're able to run 2 field trips.
So when it comes to the cost of actually attending fairs or the kind that you're describing, do you feel that they are applicable? Do you think that she will generate enough leads that she the cost to set up, pay the fees, continue, have materials ready to promote? You mentioned the gold booth, there's lots of things cost a lot of money, so do you think that your projections are accurate?
In terms of profitability with the event specifically, we did note that in terms of the first year, you might be seeing a loss just because you are putting up a lot of upfront costs with that. But you'll be able to generate so many leads that you'll see a return very quickly in the next following years.
I noticed in your recommendation for your potential and that makes up to that one. Did you have any considerations around our target market adult women, and or are we planning on reaching that market?
Certainly, we did. And so if we look at where you're currently getting your clients for the older women segment, we see that a lot of that's coming from your current network of personal family and friends. So with that, we see limited scalability at this current time. So the goal would be to focus on children where we see that scalability, build up your resources, and then in the future, be able to offer that program stronger and better than ever.
Well, I noticed that, a lot of your recommendations, but I'm wondering who is going to implement each one specifically. So for example, there's a little bit of limitation. But we don't really have a great SEO happening right now. We probably don't have an optimized website. How are we accommodating for that?
So in terms of SEO and revamping the website to include the QR code as well as the visitor scheduling, we will be looking towards the hiring of a contractor for those jobs.
And how are we?
So in terms of doing that financially, that also is part of the reason why during the first year you will incur a bit of a loss. But because you're able to drive so many conversions, especially because the programs are being increased in terms of occupancy, you'll be able to afford them long term because these changes are only in the initial year.
Your target audience was already came up that you were focusing mostly on the youth and in person. Where are these people, and how are we, and where are the fairs, and then is there an actual population?
So in terms of our target market, we'll be targeting the children, so we'll be looking at children from local elementary schools, and local fairs will be looking at the summer fair as well as the spring fairs within the city. And in terms of the initial Stronger Together offering, we'll be contacting old customers through warm leads.
You mentioned the discount. How long are we offering that discount? Are we potentially leaving some money on the table by leaving that discount on?
So that discount will be offered during that first month. And again, the goal here is to drive that initial conversion of these previous warm clients that are warm leads to get them to try this program and then again be able to leverage that for word of mouth and also use as testimonials, for example, in the school video.
So in terms of retention, that's one of the big reasons as to why we chose children as our main target group, because we see that they can grow with your company. And in terms of retention strategies, we'll be bringing them through different field trips and our long-term goal is to work with the school board with different elementary schools so that this is offered throughout the year.
Thank you, you, judges, for taking the time out of your busy schedules, especially so early in the morning, to watch your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe you have a 10 a.m. break,
So
right?
walk around to the left here.
believe I do have a
Yeah,
great
your next session, sorry, it's at 10:10, so we got some time.
This is your break. Let me just give you
Just
one
like
second.
I grab it right now.
What's lunch?
What's lunch? What is lunch?
Hey guys, time's up. Hi, get out of here.
Didn't mean to, sorry folks, yeah, I'll get out of your way.
I'll find out about lunch and send someone to inform you.
It's not that big of a deal.
All right, sounds good. Thanks again.
I can find that one out for you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Oh, you have your volunteers is in 46.
46.
Which will be down on the floor. Okay, yeah. Gathering is just around the corner. Sorry, and the question is, what is for lunch? Or where is lunch? Or both?
It was a curiosity. It's purely non-foreign. Super random. Well, yellow, medium, red, no. Yeah, yeah, and then if it's cooked, it's slightly better, but I found out because I just thought my parents were making stuff like really spicy all the time, and my tongue swells. And that's what I thought happened when things were spicy, because everyone was like, oh, my tongue's on fire, and I was like, same. Yeah,
Actually, throw this all close.
yeah, I was like, oh, this is normal, and I found out because I had green peppers in salad, and I was like, oh, this is a really spicy salad, and then like really tight at the garden. Yeah, so that was a very fun moment in my life, but other than that.
Okay, I will, if I get a response right away, I'll let you know. If not, I'm going to watch the first one here after the break, so I will, should have a response by then.
Okay.
You guys have a break until 10:10 for the next presentation. Yeah, so you can explore all that is going on. Can I?
Sure,
I
okay.
can't tell you where the walkways are. So you go out this door and take a left. It's basically if you could walk directly through this wall, we flip the left.
Okay.
Yeah, so just, thank you. And,
I got lost in there.
Did you?
yeah, and men and women are just across the hall, like we're both right there.
Is the reading room still open? It's the Moeller room now. Oh, because some rich people bought like $1 million.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not the best person for economic puzzles, so I went to university.
Oh, red flag.
Okay.
Easy.
Mason was
Easy.
the
I took Listen.
Yeah, that's fine. I will say Mason, the biggest question I've been getting this weekend is, where is CFL and Black Dragon?
Oh, really? Where is she?
I think she's in Toronto.
She's like,
It's on the track. That's why I'm gonna see the girls April.
sorry?
I'm gonna see her at Linda's wedding.
Oh, yeah. Right, right. Carrie is always the best. And she
Oh,
was in
and
four
Carrie
weddings.
is,
Oh my
This
God.
is all summer, she's just like bridesmaid, bridesmaid, bridesmaid. Can't come to our bachelorette. It's like, sorry, bridesmaid, we love the
100%,
wedding.
yeah.
Bridesmaid again.
That's crazy.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
Catherine Maxwell is Carrie. I love working with her too.
Oh my god, the white lasers?
The guys in the first night.
I mean, my favorite part is something when we describe at Francisco Day is equity.
Oh, I know.
So we have never seen a person.
100%, yeah.
So funny.
That is kind of cool.
To be fair, English is weird. Section I'm wearing it, so.
Oh, yeah.
I'm over at. Check out the Moeller room. I'll
I-
show you if you want. Have the
Tour?
tour?
I'm gonna prop one of the doors open because, thank you, and I've been out of her room already. and all
Okay.
that.
Sounds
But if
good.
y'all-
No, we're just counting down.
Well, I can get it wrong, but just, I'm gonna prop it.
Oh, great. No
Yeah.
worries. I'm
Oh,
having
that's what we
like
look like,
flashbacks. How do we?
Oh, that's right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Headshot.
They're not the
Oh, no.
Stunning.
similar sized case room at the University of Regina, and there was a bucket beside me to catch the drips from the ceiling.
Oh, fantastic. Do you guys want to see the molar room? Yeah.
I'm just like brushing up on everyone.
Oh my god, my bio is so outdated. I mean, only kind of, but.
It's okay. One judge's bio says, see LinkedIn for more information available upon request.
Oh.
Well, you're
exactly.
here.
Very resonated.
Talk about efficiency
I'll
after
promise.
your point.
it's just 10.
Then it's 10:50.
Oh yeah, we got a few. 2 more, then lunch.
Where do we go for lunch?
So for me, that was a problem.
Once I've done this now,
Definitely not the only one. Like all facing the wall. Did you go to the opening ceremonies?
yeah.
No, I didn't. Hold strings with me. I'm good at those sorts of things. So you kind of work your way around. So for most entrepreneurs, an hour again. Oh, yeah. All right.
Okay.
Is that yours?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much. Yeah. Guys, need anything? Good to go? Excellent.
Thank you.
No problem.
Is it these two little?
They could be moved against the wall if you want.
Okay.
When I was watching the live stream,
Okay.
I don't think
Awesome, thank you.
I don't think the judges really saw the screen whatsoever.
Okay, I was putting in no
As a
choices.
judge, I would be like,
You can see the screen, though.
no, but when they stand, they stand in front of the.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, 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 okay. I'm just gonna, sorry. Thanks.
I won't raise the OC, I'll leave that one with you.
Yeah, yeah, I'll talk to Ben. Okay, perfect, perfect. Thank you, Natalie, thank you, Pam. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's good. No, I get it, I get it. Yeah.
Not ready? No.
You guys got coffee?
We're all refueled and ready to go.
Good.
Sorry, you doing the attendance? Okay,
It's not on their screen, you tell them.
Where are you gonna hang out?
I'm gonna sit over here.
Like he says, I'll let the old guy first, then I'll.
It's okay, well, I'm getting rooms because some of the board members like to let me know that, they did not get it. JDC West 2014. And I'm like,
You can just tell them I was here since 2011.
I said, why not just check me? Anisha. Well, I feel like that. I turned 30 and I created
Haven't heard you do that?
yeah, well, to be fair, it's probably from 15 years ago.
It's my daughter, oldest daughter.
Listen,
It's scary with the kids.
Cameron, my son will be 40 years old.
Yeah, I know.
Ellen and I, in October, married 50 years.
Actually, we're in London, and I had a student at my wife came with me. And I had a student that was, how long we've been together and married, like 37 years.
Yeah, I know, it's, where do the years go?
Thank you so much. Thank you. You're good? Oh, can you make sure after this, not right now, it's fine. The 112 is not dropping their PDF PowerPoint onto the Google Drive. There's nothing on the Google Drive. Which is fine right now, because we need to start. But the next time, we need to upload everything, because nothing's gonna drop on the Google Drive.
Guys, delegates start to feel like go around, spread out. You can come in the front row.
Maria's standing right back.
Oh, Jenna, is it okay? Thank you.
So we can sit right here?
Yeah. You guys? There you are.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 case presentation. Before starting today, JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship to one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, I have Jacqueline Conway, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Tiffany Stevenson, and Jamie Tomei. My name is Kate, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following our presentations, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, will hold up the timekeepers throughout the presentation and the questions children will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned silent and that there's no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you are in your presentation.
Hello, for Life Executives. I'm Chantel, and with me I have Anisha and Iris, and together we're ACE Consulting, and we're here to ace all of your expectations. And to start off, I just wanted to say, being in high school, like many other teenagers, I struggle with my own self-image and confidence, and that's because of the pressure society puts on us and all of the societal norms that we have to face every single day. And if I had been shown different ways to process my own feelings and emotions, I would have been able to navigate through those feelings a lot smoother, and I wouldn't have struggled as much. So today, we want to start off by talking about the primary issues that your business is facing. So to start off, in total, there is how can Skills for Life define its marketing strategy to expand its outreach and industry presence? And within this problem, we found two subsidiary problems to really break it up so it's easily defined and so we can solve it. So to start off, it is how can Karina reach her goal of working full-time at Skills for Life here, as that is one of her main goals. And for that, our solution is to create a summer program to expand revenue stream. And with this, you'll see the impacts of working with 130 clients by 2025. And secondly, how can Skills for Life increase its awareness about the company and its mission? And with this, we suggest promoting a new program to schools in Regina. And with this, we will see an ROI of 80%, which was not put on here, but that is what you'll be seeing there. So to move on into the stables, the company analysis, to break it down fully, right now, Karina, you are an asset to your company. Your human capital is irreplaceable, and it is only you that you can bring this. You study psychology and work as an educational assistant, so you have the expertise to work with children, as well as understanding the psychology of people. And we know that it is not a therapy tactic, however, it's an emotional intelligence learning process here. And secondly, your business has a defined purpose. You're passionate about what you're doing. Your defined purpose navigates yourself and puts you on the market here and makes you an individual self. So with this, your focus is to improve critical thinking and emotional intelligence for youth. You want to help people. You want to help the youth that I once was, who was struggling with all of their problems and their self-confidence issues. And lastly, right now, there's an undefined marketing strategy. So, Karina, you have many skills. However, one skill that's outside of your scope here is just the marketing aspect of it. How will you market your business and differentiate yourself in the market to really help promote and expand and gain the outreach that your business truly deserves here? So, with this, who is your business truly affecting here? The impact on the ecosystem. It is like many children here, like Maria here, who's just a young girl. She's 5 to 6 years old, and your age range here can target up to 9 years old to really start off by showing them how to truly process their emotions. And their personalities tend to be like many children. They love animals. They want to connect with animals. They're playful. They love new adventures and new experience and just connecting with animals and being out in nature. And with these, with Maria, she also has parents who care about their children and want to set them up for success, and no matter the investment of it, and they have the financials to really be paying for the services your business is offering. History analysis of all of it is, right now, your business has an unsaturated market and it leaves opportunity for a lot of growth and expansion, and this is due to, right now, the eel market. There's not very many other businesses in it, so the industry is very undefined, and you can take it anywhere you want to be, and you can take advantage of this and grow your business anywhere you want it to be. As well, there's ongoing trends. About 20% of teenagers who experience depression before they graduate high school. Like I mentioned before, kids are struggling with their self-confidence and who they truly are and where they belong in the market. And lastly, this is a very sensitive topic. Mental health issues have to be executed with lots of caution, because everyone's different and there's so many sensitive topics and trigger points for everyone. So in order to navigate your way through this market, you must be able to be very cautious of it and really plan it out thoroughly.
So basically,
Based on our analysis, we've come up with 3 decision criteria to shape our recommendation for your company. The first one is social impact. As we have mentioned, you're really passionate about helping someone like Maria and my colleague here, Chantel. So we want to ensure that you're still able to exercise your passion on helping the society that way. And secondly, we have expanding your outreach. And so with this, we want to ensure that you reach all the potential consumer target that you can expand on. And lastly, we have establishing a marketing approach. As marketing is not really in your expertise, we want to ensure that your message about your company's values and your company's culture is shown through your marketing strategy. So the first alternative that we've come up with is what we like to call shaping them young. So here we will launch a new summer program to target that younger generation. And secondly, there's also an opportunity to target rehabilitation services to focus on developing a marketing strategy to target that customer segment. And lastly, we have Saskatchewan business retreats by targeting Saskatchewan companies to partner with them with their corporate retreats to expand in that customer segment. And so decision criteria here, as you can see, shaping them young will hit all of our 3 decision criteria of social impact, expanding your outreach, as well as establishing a marketing approach. Whereas if you target rehabilitation services, it doesn't really reach your, or it doesn't expand your outreach because, like we have mentioned, you want to focus on targeting the younger demographic before they go into high school and really where the 20% of the high schoolers experience depression. And our third alternative is Saskatchewan business retreats. As you can see, this doesn't really focus on what your company values is all about, of helping that younger demographic before any issues arise. And with this, we would like to recommend Shaping Them Young that my colleague Anisha will expand on.
Children are the future, and therefore we want you to invest in them young. Therefore, our recommendation, Shaping You Young, will focus on marketing in schools in Regina particularly. As your location is really remote, we want you to expand to the closest towns and cities that have the demographic that you can potentially reach to. So firstly, we're going to market to schools in Regina. We're going to pick 3 schools that we're going to propose this idea of using horses to actually explain and really guide these students into their high school lives, really. Children are necessarily the youngest demographic and the most important demographic to focus with your business, as they're going to really benefit from these programs that you're providing them. So starting off with marketing in schools in Regina, we're going to focus on 3 elementary schools, and we're specifically targeting the grade 3, grade 4 demographic. We're going to reach out to 3 different middle schools here, and the reason for that being is that we really want to get them into these programs young. So you already have programs set for women or children that are in need of your resources. However, by really investing in children as a whole, you're starting and shaping them before even the problems start to exist. And that way you're really creating a brighter and better future for them. So by actually targeting the first 3 in Regina is 2 hours away from your current location. So it is doable for schools to drive up here for a field trip, for a program necessarily, and this way you're able to actually expand out of your location, as it is a more of a minute location, and to expand, we don't necessarily think it's financially feasible just currently. So therefore, expanding to schools in Regina is really going to get you that broader demographic. Secondly, we really want to focus on getting these services known to the parents, as the parents are what are going to make the change with the services that are provided to these kids. So by sending them pamphlets about what your services are, what they can really do for the children, and by creating new programs that are specifically based on services that can help them before their developing stages occur, it's really going to help brighten and really develop those kids into better individuals.
And this is actually going to target on teaching the key fundamentals of life at kids at a young age. So we're really targeting that grade 2 to 4 range really. Depending on which schools really reach out, we can develop a program specific to their needs, as it's really something that is feasible and you can do it with your education background. Secondly is the interaction. This is really what is going to build your connections and your communication within your clientele. So firstly, we want to propose a field trip. So firstly, we actually really want to focus on creating those communications with these schools. When they get to know what your services are, it's a unique environment for kids to be in. It's going to be something that the kids are going to enjoy. Kids in general love being around animals, and this is going to be a really easy way of enticing them to do a field trip. I remember when I was in middle school, we had many field trips that were focused on fundamentals of life, that were maybe based on financial literacy, personal boundaries. These are fundamentals that can be taught at a young age, and by doing it with, let's say, animals, it can turn into a game or an obstacle for them, and that's going to entice those kids to come back with their parents as potential clients for you. So the key concepts we really want to target with the programs you will be providing these parents with is critical thinking, personal boundaries. These are things that can be taught with a horse. Your services of helping kids with providing with the horse is really going to help because it's creating that personal connection with an animal. It's teaching them about the unique boundaries that can be set for themselves with people around them at a very young age. These fundamentals are very beneficial for people if they are set young. So therefore, with the horse, and pretty much your services pretty much provide services that your services provide horse as using a horse as a tactic of really helping students. It's going to teach them about silent communication. And that's really, really important in the younger generation, as it's going to help them build healthy relationships going forward. Secondly, we want to host a summer session. So first, we really want to get them in, look around, have a feel about what your services are really providing. And then secondly, we are going to host a summer session for them. Most kids in the summertime are free. They want to do something unique. Now that they have actually tasted what having a fun time looks like, if they want to come back, they're going to tell their parents, I want to work with a horse. I want to really use that as an obstacle course or something of that sort, which is really going to entice them to come back. And this new program will be introduced and created by Karina, as she is the person that is in charge of making it, and she has the education that is going to back up those programs. And this is really going to help with inculcating healthy habits. Now we know that Regina is 2 hours away, so in the summer, most parents are not going to be able to drive 2 hours every day. So we're really focusing on creating one session per week, whether it be on Saturday or Sunday. That way it's easily accessible for the parents to drive them. And the really important part about the summer session we're hosting is we want to inculcate these healthy habits of thinking, of communicating, of noticing change around them and standing up for it. Because that low confidence, that shyness, or the reason of not being confident about what you're standing up for comes at that age. And if we can break that cycle there, it's really going to be beneficial for them as they grow up. Lastly, we are going to need something to communicate with the parents. We need the parents in loop of what we are providing for their children. So most of our parents are going to be Facebook people. So we don't necessarily want to target any other social media platforms. We strictly want to focus on Facebook. And we're going to provide a Facebook group that's going to foster community among the parents' kids. It will also have testimonials from previous clientele, how their kids have benefited from our programs, how their behavior has changed because of the program. And that's really going to entice the parents to really put their kids in your program, and that's going to increase your clientele as you go along. And Karina, you really focus on those one-on-one conversations. And that's really important because you're creating those key communications and relationships with those parents. And it's really necessary because that is what's going to that is what's going to make them a long-term clientele for you. Next part, which is going to be expanding to other cities. As you have a very rural location, we first want to test out a theory and our recommendation in Regina. Based on the successes of that, we would like to move to Saskatoon, as that would be the next viable option. However, this is only possible if the Regina
location works out. And we really truly believe it will, because there's not many unique opportunities like this for students at that young age. So it's going to be really, really beneficial for you to provide that for them, especially in a rural area. All kids are really going to enjoy that experience, as it's something they've never seen before. And this is going to not only broaden your customer base geographically, but it's also going to help you increase your clientele and maybe in the future consider expansions into those cities. So now moving into the implementation plan, we have pretty much made an implementation plan for Regina that we will be taking into Saskatoon right after. So firstly, we are going to design the plan that are going to be enticing for the parents. They're really going to have all the details required for what the program is, what they're going to learn from it, how much it needs to be, like how much payment needs to be made, all of the necessary details that the parents need. And we're budgeting around $1,000 for that, as we know you are a local business, so we know that funding is really, really crucial, and we want to make sure that we're not maximizing your funding. Secondly, we do want to plan out the summer sessions. We want the summer sessions to be something different from what you're presenting on during the year. So that's where we're really going to focus on creating some unique content in the Q1. We're going to reach out to the 3 middle schools in Q2, as well as propose the field trip. The field trip is going to be a way of testing if the kids really like it. It's going to be a great data collection resource for you, but it also is a great way for the school to get a field trip somewhere outside of Regina. Second, next thing would be sending the pamphlets out to the parents, which is the real crucial part, as those pamphlets are what are going to make those parents the future clientele for you. As well as market the summer program to the kids. If they're here, if they're at your horse area, like they really are going to want to come back to you. It's going to be really crucial, and we know kids love animals, so it's really, really crucial to market the summer program right then and there, as that's really going to entice them. And we're going to start our summer program in Q3 and Q4, and we have allocated $1,000 for it. And we're going to follow the same plan for Saskatoon, just the same cost necessarily.
And so moving on to our financial breakdown, with a recommendation cost of $2,500, we estimate revenue in the next year to be $4,500, with an average of about 62 students coming from the field trips, and an average of $35 per student revenue, according to your last 2 years of financials. As well as a conservative retention rate of 10% from the field trips into the summer programs. We have a revenue of $4,500, and with this we have an 80% ROI. And so looking at some risks that we've identified with our recommendation, the first one is the communication with kids doesn't deliver to parents. So the likelihood of this is high, but the impact is low, as in the future we see potential advertising through parent-teacher conferences. And secondly, we have parents have further questions and concerns. And with this, your company will have a Facebook community page, which includes your phone number, as well as for them to communicate with each other if they have any questions or concerns. And lastly, we have parent approval takes longer than anticipated with the field trips. With this, to mitigate this, we have an estimated lead times in our implementation plan to maximize for efficiency. And so just quickly looking at our key performance indicators for your company will receive our return on investment of 80%, as well as increase your clientele by 130 clients by 2025.
Really come back to the issues that we discussed here. We really want to help you help the children. As Anisha said, the children are our future. So it's so important for us to continue to invest into them and make sure that we're setting them up for success, and that as they progress through life, any challenges that they face, they can understand it and they can truly be able to overcome those challenges and grow and become better people. So that's why it's so important for them to be investing into it and learning from this program that you're offering here. And I can speak from experience that I unlearn many different habits that didn't work for me, and so that I could truly understand my own emotions and process everything that I go through, and to continue to build healthy habits. So to start them off young is the most important step here. Thank you for your time.
Spoke a lot about working out of movement, like going to Regina. Lots of questions about this. I'll try to bring this in. But why did you feel that that was the right course of action? I didn't see enough connections to actual business results to make that decision. So I wanted to hear more about the insight you got from that.
So the reason we wanted to expand to Regina is because the population of that rural town is really low. So we researched that there's only one high school and one middle school, or one elementary, one middle school, and one high school. So there's not much potential to grow really with that. The closest town that potentially has a larger demographic that you can reach is Regina, and it is 2 hours away. And that's why we chose that, as all the other cities that you could potentially expand to are a lot farther. Therefore, we wanted to test in Regina first.
Just one quick follow-up question. Do you think Karina has the capacity to be working out of her local area in order to grow her business? Do you think it's feasible?
I think it totally is feasible because the schools are what they're coming into the town necessarily. She's not necessarily moving her business all the way to Regina. Therefore, we believe that it is really feasible, as it's going to bring in a very larger demographic compared to what she has currently through just word of mouth. And we do know that it is going to take a lot of efforts in the beginning, but the result she's going to get is definitely going to be worth it in the future.
Another question regarding location and Regina being our target market here. Why not surrounding communities outside of Moosomin, so that we can target more of a rural background from psychographics, people in demographics, compared to like an urban neighborhood? Try to sell us on why parents would drive 2.5 hours there and then 2.5 hours back for a 75-minute programming.
So with that, we chose Regina just because it's like a major city too as well. So there's just a larger demographic, and there's a broader spectrum of people that we can be reaching there and get more experience and target different markets and gain even more research to really help your business truly expand even further after this one step. As well, what was the second part of your question again?
I guess we're just looking for sell me on what the value is for Regina compared to surrounding communities, just because it's going to take 4.5 hours to just translate to get people there to a 75-minute program.
From consumer perspective.
Yes.
Yeah. So with that, once again, like Regina is just a major city, so there's a much wider and diverse demographic to be reaching, and the 2.5-hour drive is a little bit far, but it's just a nice experience for like the parent and the child to really connect and talk about. And we chose a Saturday and Sunday to really host these days, just because that's the most free time that parents will be having to drive them back and forth. And once again, like Regina just has a much broader demographic.
So I have a question here in terms of the awareness strategies here. So that's obviously a barrier that we're facing, and you're saying that you want to focus in Regina. How are you planning on getting that awareness out, and how is that impacting the financials? Because there's different strategies that you can do, and there was pretty like 500, 1,000 was a pretty blanket numbers. So I'm curious to see how you're planning on achieving awareness enough to drive actual visits, because like you said, it is 2.5 hours one way.
So I can expand on this one. So to increase awareness, we wanted to target schools, Regina schools specifically, because we believe that's where your target market is. And to increase awareness, we believe that in Regina schools, the kids there are really gonna love about like what your company is all about, and they're able to tell their parents. As well as another marketing strategy is through your company's Facebook page, and that way we also have that communication through the parents as well, if that communication through the kids doesn't doesn't fall through. Oh, no, there it is. There it is.
Oh yeah, we didn't know what to do. They were like, what can we do? Okay, sorry.
Your timer, I think I took the clicker from you, right?
Is there like, we put all our like stuff in those, like phone and stuff, is that later? Or can we get that as well?
I don't think there's any risk in me giving you lip balm. No, I'm not supposed to put.
So, and one more thing at the end, can you read out the procedure for leaving, and then we can sort out the delegate types and everything stuff after, just because then the judges get started. Yeah.
Not, you were told not to give it out? I was told that they put their personal stuff in there.
Oh, no, sorry, yeah, people can do that in other rooms, yes, they can take their personal things, this has to stay. You're free now.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
you guys go,
You're
All
done.
right, go celebrate.
You're done.
Thank you.
Get a coffee. Sorry, yeah.
That was the only time it was awkward, everybody just kind of stood
Yeah.
there, so.
So typically is, I think there's, it might be on the thing, or maybe they're just reading it out. Basically, the competitors exit first through the door, and you say, okay, thank you everyone, your competitors can exit through that door. Once the competitors have left, everyone else can leave. Judges, your 5 minutes can start now, so they can get started, and everybody can do theirs. And then, yeah, and I maybe just say, if you can wait out there, I'll bring you your name tags. Because it's hard, because you're trying to start the judges, you're trying to make everyone leave, you're trying to control. You're also trying to give them stuff down, but yeah.
I know you had a lot already, so I'm gonna just add another thing on what we've been told about. So presentations, we're gonna try to. Now they told me, there's a lot of difference, so I'm gonna go find out exactly what button that is. And hopefully we can get it right. Otherwise, we'll be in here doing those presentations, but, yeah, so we're gonna mute after they're done, and then start unmute.
And the marketing people like to talk more than probably other people like.
So I'm gonna go figure out which button it is exactly, and I'll be back.
Thank you. Because that will just get everyone.
Kirby, is that the one that just got dropped off?
Perfect, thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry, this is.
You can ask me a question, I can try to figure it out.
Where do volunteers go for lunch?
Lunch. Is there a break for lunch? If there's a break for lunch, I think. Okay. I think if there's otherwise, it might be delegates.
Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgement. University of Saskatchewan and Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with them. To create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, I have Jacqueline Conway, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Tiffany Stevenson, Jamie Tomei. My name is Shelley Kay, and I'll be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will end their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. Once the question period concludes, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off to silent and there's no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors through the presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin.
I met a cow named Daisy. In grade 4, I went with my elementary school to a field trip, and we didn't just learn the agriculture around the cows and the sustainability they have in our world, but also the importance of the animal and human connectedness. Here at Luxury Associates, Brian, James, and I, Sophia, we're here to help Karina and her Still for Life program with horses.
Awesome. So welcome to Skills for Life. So what we have been tasked with is, for Karina, we've been tasked to raise her client base to 125 clients by the end of 2025. So she's looking for a 2-year marketing plan for us to achieve that. So first, let's look at some of the collaborators for Skills for Life. Okay, so the EAL is basically an association that supports EAL learning, their practices, and it's a collaborative endeavor that all these different EAL facilitators take part in. So it's actually spread across the world. There's EAL Canada, but also the EAL network. That's connecting all these facilitators with different strategies, different programs, what works, what doesn't work, and they can connect to each other through this platform, connecting them across all these international countries, including Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Slovenia, even the United Arab Emirates. So it truly is international. The company itself is made up of Karina, her 2 horses, Holly and Dee. She's recently hired a administrative worker to come in 2 times a week to give her some relief as far as some of the more administrative duties. She can focus on what she wants to do is expand her business. Now, some of the problems with this is that because it is only 2 people within the company, that does, pose some issues as far as being able to quickly scale up. However, looking at in 2022, they had a projected profit of approximately just over $6,000. So they are slowly growing and they are looking to improve. The company itself, though, they host youth and adult programs, and it is unique because of the different training that EAL does. They have a comparative advantage compared to other educational practices because it is such a unique experience. Get to experience with the animal directly and solve different tasks together with that animal. The climate and competition. So EAL is predicted to be a new and up-and-coming business, new and up-and-coming industry, especially in the education field. It allows new students, youth, young adults, even adults to learn about themselves and identify, some different connections with the animals, different relationships. It's a very unique thing to connect with an animal in this way. The competition is very beneficial for Skills for Life, seeing as there's only 8 certified EAL facilitators within the Saskatchewan, Manitoba area. Meaning that this is a great opportunity for Skills for Life to expand their market share as this industry grows, and that is something that we are really going to hammer home through our presentation as far as really emphasizing on this is a not crowded business area right now. So it really is crucial that Skills for Life makes that jump now to expand and dominate the market share. Okay, so the customer. So currently, this is the 2022 projected customer base. So we had the most popular, there's 3 current target markets that Karina has currently focused on. So there are the 8 to 12-year-old children, which is the most popular, which we had 27 clients. The semi-popular, 13 to 18 youth clients. We had 19 clients of that. And the least popular was the adult women through the Authentic You program, and we had 12 clients there.
And so based on this analysis, we've developed 3 key point indicators. And so the first one is to reach 125 clients by 2025 and potentially even more than that. So next we have our second key point indicator, which is increased brand awareness. And so because Skills for Life is still a new industry player, we want to raise more awareness about Skills for Life, and because of more awareness, we'll have an easier ability to scale up, which is the end goal for Skills for Life. And so because of more awareness, we're gonna gain more clients. And so lastly, we also want an alignment of goals and experiences for Karina. For Karina, she is passionate about networking with people. She loves her one-on-one connections with members of the community, and she loves helping children. She loves helping young women who are experiencing some difficult times. And so she loves working for people and bridging the gap between difficult times and helping them get better every day. And so because of this, Karina also has experiences with working with children and students in the educational system. She also was an educational assistant in the school district. And so we want to leverage this with our alternatives here. And so because of these 3 key point indicators, we've developed 3 solutions and possible solutions here. So firstly, we want to potentially increase the programs that Karina holds at Skills for Life. And so we see that this has a possible way to reach 125 clients by 2025. However, increasing the programs doesn't essentially mean that we're gonna gain 125 clients, because she doesn't have experiences in these new markets, especially with working with young families or working with Indigenous communities. She may not have as much experience working in these sectors as much as working with students and young women in the community. However, with the increased program, we can increase our brand awareness strongly, and it also does not align with her goals and experiences, because she wants to hone in on specific target markets and expand within those areas that she has experiences in. And so overall, Karina has a lack of experience with other potential audiences, so new programs may be ineffective at capturing larger clientele. Our second solution here, possible solution, would be to focus on networking to gain more clientele. And so essentially by networking and leveraging her skills of these public speaking and connecting with community members and one-on-one connections, this has a possible way of reaching 125 clients. However, it's again not guaranteed that they will. Lastly, it could again increase brand awareness. However, these one-on-one connections and personal connections within the community will again not guarantee increased brand awareness. And so lastly, it does align with her goals and experiences of her passion for networking and her passion for meeting new people, and so that does have a strong alignment with her goals. And so although Karina can leverage her passion of public speaking and one-on-one connections, this is difficult to expand the brand within a 2-year plan. And so lastly, we propose that Skills for Life launch an educational package for schools within the district. And so essentially this package means adapting an existing EAL program, curriculum, and incorporating teacher material within school district curriculum, and creating a anti-bullying program that is catered to grades 4 to 9. And so essentially that this would expose the brand, and it would reach potentially more than 125 clients by 2025, because within this educational package, we would host a 4-week program that allows the school to come to the farm or area and learn more about anti-bullying policies. This again would increase our brand awareness because schools would be coming throughout the year to learn more about this curriculum, as well as an alignment of goals and experiences for Karina, because she loves working with students and bonding with the community. And so using an existing curriculum plan and catering it to elementary schools will allow Karina to work with her desired audience and spark interest for future signups. And so as I explained a little briefly before, the plan is to take the EAL existing curriculum, the anti-bullying program, and pitch it to the school district to have schools come to our area and learn more about how animals are beneficial for personal development and how these horses can help with leadership skills, collaboration skills, and just a overall increased awareness of their.
Using Karina's previous experience with the schools and the school system and district as a whole, yeah, we're going to offer these students a really unique opportunity to get to experience different interactions with the animals and get to really understand the EAL format of learning about yourself, different leadership skills, teamwork, really fundamental skills that at a young age within elementary school, we're targeting grade 4 is our kind of target year. We really feel like this can make a huge impact for not only the students moving forward in school, but for their whole lives. And it's a really kind of impressionable time in their lives as they're around 10 years old and to have this opportunity to work with all of these animals and get to not only work with them, but have them work with them. EAL is a very interactive and cooperative practice between both animal and person. So for them, these students get this opportunity, we think is extremely valuable.
And so within this package, because it runs for 4 weeks, this allows Skills for Life to have multiple schools come throughout the school year and allow Skills for Life to have the summer open to host other workshops, such as continuing the Authentic You workshops that she hosts for young women in the community.
Example of someone that might go to one of these programs. Like we said, he's in grade 4, around 9 to 10 years old, and he's quite energetic. His parents are finding that they're getting calls from the school saying he can't focus, and he just needs to get his energy out somewhere. That's why this program would be perfect for him. He can go interact with horses, learn a few things about them, and how to work with others, and there's also other activities that he can do there as well. He likes the outdoors, so he's inclined to go. He's not arguing with his parents. And he has a love for animals, so he wants to learn more about them. This is the timeline. So as you can see, there are 3 indicators of key times in this timeline. The first one starts at quarter 1, which would be January of 2023. This is where we would pitch our proposal to the school districts. This is when we need to come up with which school districts we're going to work with and how they're going to work with us through their curriculum. Then next, we will collaborate with the teachers and make sure to let them know that they don't have to do much more work, but also to see how we can incorporate their learning into what we want to teach the kids at the time. Then in quarter 2 here, we're going to initiate this pilot program, hopefully around October of 2023 after all of this work has been done. This will be perfect because school starts in September, and once things are settled, then the students will have an opportunity to learn in a new way. In quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4, we'll start preparing and having the holiday events. On December 13th, it's the National Horse Day, and this is where the country is supposed to encourage connectedness with the animals. So we will host a workshop where anybody can come in from the public, and there will be activities like bobbing for apples and petting the horses so that the company raises brand awareness. Next, in the next year, in quarter 5, that would be January of 2024, we will have to review and rework what we just did in the past year. So what worked with our schools in the elementary schools and high schools in the grade 4 and 9, and if we need more help, because we only have Holly and Dee, the two horses right now. Do we need more horses? Do we need more hands-on helping? There's only 2 of the women working, so we need to figure out those logistics for the next year. Then for the summer workshops we put for this season, there will be our regular clients that come in as the young women, but we will also hold daily, weekly summer programs for children when their parents are at work. They can come here, they can learn about the horses, and we will have different workshops for them to do. Lastly, in quarter 8 of January 2025, we will do Schools 2.0 is what I put here, and that's where we will redo our second time pilot program of when the students in elementary school and high school will go to this field and participate in our program. This is Heyday with Holly. So to brand our horses and their awareness, we believe that it's important that the horses have their own Instagram account. We think that this is a way that younger generations can learn about the horses and learn about the program. We will also have links to the horses TikTok that won't be just educational, but also fun. Even though a few of the students are in grade 4, and you would think that they're not very tech, there's a lot of iPad kids out there right now, so we think that this would be very beneficial. This is our risk mitigation chart. The first one is too much at once burnout. So like I said, this would be a low risk when we think that we don't have enough hands-on experience or people to help out, so we can get volunteers or hire new people. The next one is lose current clients. As we're focusing on education, the current clients may think that they're not important or think that they don't have enough time. But because we're only doing it during the week for the school, we can focus on the weekends for these other clients, as well as the summer when we're not holding camps. And finally, the schools don't cooperate at all. This could be a very high-level risk, but I think if we focus on the value of our leadership skills and how this will help the teachers as well as the students, then they'll be more inclined to join.
All right, now to break down some of the financials. As far as, the 2022 profit for Skills for Life was just above $6,000, and the expense for that year was just over $10,000. Now, for our 2 years, we are projecting a slight increase as far as we're expecting $12,000 a year for both years, both the 2023 and the 2024 year for the 2-year plan. However, so because of how the class is structured, so during the first half of the school year, you might have 1 elementary class, 1 high school class, do the 4-week program. Each class, 30 students. That's about 60 students for half of the school year. The other half of the school year, you would repeat the process, bring your total to 120 clients for the 1 year. Now that's the first year. The beauty of the program itself is that you're exposing this amazing opportunity, this very unique opportunity to these students. And because they're exposed to it, you've all been in that situation where you try something really fun at school and you tell your parents about, oh my gosh, Mom, Dad, we did this amazing activity today, we did this art class, we did this PE game that was really fun. And your parents will obviously look to, support that desire to all of a sudden have this newly discovered interest. So they can sign up for the summer programs that are a little bit more advanced. And if only 10% of those students join, we're projecting an approximate just under $4,000 revenue, and that's only 10% of potential 180 clients. So the 120 is for that first year, and then after we reassess, we're projecting at minimum another 2 classes during the term, and that will generate at least 180 clients, smashing our projection of, or our goal, of 125. So including our expenses, our different revenues, including our Match Authentic You classes, which we had 4 in 2022. If we can extend that and maintain that as far as continuing to offer that program within the summer, which we'll have more time because students are coming every day, and then the summer workshops, we'll have a total profit of around $26,000 with more room to grow. As we continue, we have great opportunity for growth and new facilitators.
So, in conclusion, we hope to give children the memories that I still have of that cow named Daisy when they come to this program, and hope that they keep coming back, that eventually we can make it a bigger program where we have more volunteers helping us, as well as other school districts coming in. Thank you for listening.
We talked a lot about new schools and new positions, and we very much emphasize anti-bullying sort of pitch, I guess. Why do you think that that's the right angle? Do you feel like that strongly connects to those students that you think? So just think a little deeper on why that is a value prop.
Yeah, so as far as that actual program, so currently, the offers, so EAL, the lecture, they have their specific programs that they teach. And they're, like the program that you get certified on, they have their specific learning programs, and they're proved to have trackable like results, proven results, and that's currently the youth program that that they teach at Skills for Life. So we were planning to adopt that into a more elementary and like educational setting, but that is the current youth program that she does.
To add on to what James is saying here, we also wanted to keep in mind the 2-year marketing plan that Karina wants. And so by using an existing curriculum plan, we can fast track this process of catering something towards these students instead of creating a whole new educational plan for these students, which might take longer than 2 years. I'm gonna go over that deadline.
You had a KPI of increased brand awareness. I was wondering if you could shed a bit more light on how you were going to achieve that brand awareness.
Yeah, of course. So because we're gonna be partnering with the schools and having these classes at our facility, these students will, again, gain a unique experience like Sophia had here in her elementary years. And so by increasing this brand awareness, we're focusing on word of mouth with these students, and as well as the school district to other school districts. And so with an increased interest from other school districts, we're gonna increase brand awareness through those ways.
To add on, to add on to what Brian is saying too, we plan on this becoming something that students look forward to. As you go up to grade 4, as you go up to grade 9, the teachers involved, everyone gets their photo with the horses, everyone is something you look forward to as you progress through the education system in school districts.
So I have a question here. I'd love to learn a little bit more about demographics. So you're saying school districts. Where? Are they in Regina? Are they in Saskatoon? I'm also curious. TikTok, targeting children is heavily regulated, and we don't have a highly skilled digital advertiser on board.
For your first question of where it's going to be, right now, one of their main campaigns or programs is in Saskatoon, so we would start there and then make our way further and further out. Depending on how well it does, it could go out of province, but currently just to start off in Saskatoon. And then for the TikTok, that would mostly be run by Karina herself, probably geared towards more of the students who are older in the grade 9, not necessarily the grade 4. And then once again, the grade 9s can talk to the grade 4s in their school if they go to the same high school. At least for me, I had grade 9 and 4 in the same years. And just by word of mouth, that those can lead to people being excited to it. If that answers your question.
Also, to add on to what Sophia is saying, part of the beauty about being able to have social media with the animals is that the animals are the star. And obviously, yes, you have to put them in those positions to shine, but as far as from a social media standpoint, horses are highly personable animals. They have a lot of personality. They're very understanding. We believe, if you put them in the situation to create entertaining content, they will succeed.
You mentioned in the recommendation a lot of it was built on eventually like target demographic. One of the targets is aligning with adult women. And that this would free up time for bringing focus on adult women. But you didn't mention any opportunities to build that out. Did you have any
Since we spoke about, like you said, on weekends, for example, of how the adult women can still come to this program and feel welcomed, and we thought that since they are focusing so heavily currently on the education system, they will, by that, still grow their company at the same time. They will learn new things every day, as cheesy as that sounds, and they can use that for their program, not just with the adult women, but also others that they incorporate later.
Oh my God. Oh no, like this is, I brought this one, yeah.
So some of them
Okay, this is better.
Welcome to JDC West 2023 case presentation. Before starting the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgements. The University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon is home to the Treaty 6 territory and traditional homeland of Métis people. We pay our respects to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationships to one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates diverse cultures and a history of this land. Thanks to our judges. To my right, we have Jacqueline Conway, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Tiffany Stevenson, and Jamie Chomey. My name is Shelley Kay. I'll be the moderator for this academic presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following their presentations, judges will have about 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Herbie, over there, will be holding up timing cues to guys throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate the intent to ask the question by raising their hand. Once the presentation or the question period has concluded, I will escort the comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure your cell phones turn to silent and there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors about their presentation. And we'll hold the applause till the end of the question period. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
Thank you. The goal of EAL is to learn skills like leadership and stress management that can be applied in other areas of life. Throughout our presentation today, I want you to remember these key ideas. We are HLN, and we are so excited to be here today to talk to you about your company. So the key question we are asking today is how can Skills for Life grow the organization while maintaining its core values? This is super important for your company as, moving forward, we want to maintain that authenticity within. The secondary considerations are lack of online presence, expanding business operations, and increasing your client base. Our recommendation is the Calm Confidence Program. This has 3 implementation plans. The first one is to increase online presence, second is to implement talks with high schools, and the third is to offer school field trips for high schools. The impact is achieve 310 clients by year 2. So, first of all, let's talk about what you're doing really well. So the heyday. So more than double in growth in the last year, which is a massive, massive amount. High access to resources in the EAL network. So in the EAL network in Saskatchewan, there's a massive amount of other people who are there for you. That network of people really supports other people and just lifts each other up. And lastly, passion for the business and high knowledge. As business leaders, it's super important to have passion for the business. And right now, there's a massive passion towards the EAL network, and especially with the background in psychology, which is super important. And this is things that could be worked on, so horse of a different color. There's low brand awareness currently, not a lot of social media engagement, not a lot of people know about the brand itself, and that brand can really be expanded. There's multiple ways to expand brand image, which we'll be talking about today. High desire for expansion in the Canadian market. This is another thing, talked about expanding brand across Canada to different areas and how important that is, and that's a goal moving forward as well. And create and develop brand awareness while maintaining its core values. This is also something that the brand wants to focus on that could be done a bit better, and moving forward, that's what our goal is. So let's talk about mental health in teens. This is the first market analysis that we want to talk about. There is a lot of mental health in teens, and EAL has shown to improve that and help with especially ADHD, anxiety, and depression. And those are the 3 main that we want to focus on. So when students go to EAL places like your organization, they can connect with these horses and really gain that and help with their mental health issues if they have them. So teenagers are really important in this, as that is the main target market, and this is a huge issue that we think that your brand really helps solve. So organizing field trips as well. This in the market right now is massive. So why do teachers organize field trips? Well, there's cultural awareness of students, so learning about different cultures and different things that are around your province or city. Personal development for students, so that element of self-growth and just general development, and a positive impact on students' education and career. So these are 3 massive pillars of what our plan is today. So what do we recommend? We are recommending the Calm Confidence program. So it has 4 different implementations that are kind of the main ones. We want to present at public schools to expand brand name and raise awareness to client outreach. So this would involve, the people going to high schools across, we'd start small and expand, across Canada, but starting slow and going to certain high schools and presenting the main idea of what, your business is. And the second one would be increase online presence through YouTube, TikTok, and content creation. This is also really big as, expanding more towards TikTok and content creation can expand brand image, especially in teenagers because teenagers are so involved on TikTok and different social media platforms. Offer school field trip packages that allow high school to experience the programs. So, by hosting school field trips, students can go and experience what you're offering and how beneficial it is. And expand into other areas of Canada and encourage people to really get involved with what it is. On that, pass it off to Lucas, who will talk more about our recommendation.
Thank you, Nicole. So, what is this really about? Really, what it's about is about 3 things. It's about the journey of self-discovery. It's about the youth community. And 3, it's about companionship. And Karina, with her background, essentially falling in love with their horses at a very early age, her love for people as well, her love for community, and especially focusing on these problems that a lot of youth have today. We believe that through the Calm Confidence program, kind of encapsulates all 3 of these elements. We believe Karina stands for at her very core. So, I want to paint a picture for you. You could follow me along this. You go to your high school, and there's a presenter that day. You're not too sure what it's about, but it's going to be exciting. Karina sits down with one of her previous clients from her Skills for Life program. Karina tells the school about her story, tells her about her work with social services, working with at-risk youth, abused women in the community, and essentially outlines how through her Skills for Life program, people were able to generate self-esteem, self-respect, leadership, communication, empathy, emotional intelligence. And through that, on that journey of self-discovery and improving themselves too. And again, one of her passions was that one-on-one conversation and public speaking. We really want to focus on Karina's strengths here and her character to really try to promote the Calm Confidence program at these schools. So she'd be talking to the students about her story, as well as a one-on-one conversation, kind of a live podcast style, with one of her successful clients before. That way people can understand, well, if they were able to do that, maybe so could I, right? So it would be hosted by Karina. She would discuss her story and organization and have that live interview with previous clients. Finally, getting online. Quick raise of hands. Who here has TikTok? YouTube? On it all the time? So pretty much most of the people in the room. So we believe that through these live presentations at these schools, at these high schools that are predominantly young adults who make up the majority of the social media space, kind of creates that cycle where through these presentations to really grow her online presence. What the content would mostly focus on would be the educational posts through things like EAL and the alternative educational tool that it is. Learn about Dee and Holly, of course the stars of the show, the horses of Skills for Life. And finally, present the story of Karina's organization. So again, through developing Skills for Life online presence, it's essentially trying to tell Karina's story and get young people involved within not only the educational content, awareness, but also just some fun stuff too at the end. With the Heyday program, the Heyday program, basically at these school talks, we want to pitch field trip opportunities for the students and the teachers there. What this would involve is 3 different brackets. The first being a morning, second being a full day, and the third being a weekend type field trip for the students there. And hopefully the goal is that for these field trip opportunities, the students would eventually, if they do discover a passion for it, which we know they will through the benefits through EAL, they could then purchase into the 4-week program or the 6-week program or even the 12-week program, right? So we really want to provide that opportunity for self-growth, self-discovery. It would also do social media engagement. So at these field trip opportunities, we could also have the possibility for user-generated content. You know, you have a lot of these young people coming out to Karina's farm, interacting with these horses, and you know, you could kind of spread your story, what you learned, and just kind of having fun with some of the horses there. And finally, again, the idea is to pitch the 4 to 12-week programs for those who enjoyed. So really, the idea here is to pitch these field trip opportunities for entire schools, and then if they did enjoy these, it would help create a consistent client base for the much larger programs like the 4 to 12 weeks. And again, this kind of creates a feedback loop in a way, right? So through the school visit, it would increase the social media following, increase customer base, and again, we really want to focus on the positive long-term effects of the program. For young people especially, when you begin to develop these critical skills like leadership, like self-esteem, like communication, like empathy, emotional intelligence, these aren't things that stop right there. These are things you carry into your not only professional world, but your personal world too, right? So when you're in high school and you're having these experiences and you're gaining these skills, it's something you take into your professional world, and it's something that benefits you in the professional world too. To be able to communicate, to be able to work as a team, right? These are all things that are learned through the Calm Confidence program. And not only will we see the benefits in the office, but it's like, hey, why doesn't the office go there too? I did this great thing when I was in high school. It really helped me out. I think it would be great for you too. So what this does, it kind of creates the word of, it increases the word of mouth, and basically we want to see the long-term of benefits of this program too. In terms of our timeline, in months 1 to 3, we're going to begin to reach out to these schools, writing letters, and essentially going to more local ones, but hopefully venturing outwards later. Months 3 to 12, we're going to develop our online platform. So right now, our online presence is basically non-existent. These would be making things like YouTube accounts, like Instagram, like TikTok, and starting to develop some of this content which we could promote at these speaking events. Scheduling the presentations, and finally we're going to start to visit some of the schools. And once we do visit a lot of these schools, from months 1 to 12, from 12 to 15 onward, that's really when we want to start bringing people in. We have the buzz around our Calm Confidence program, and now we really want to start getting schools in and out at months 12 to 15 and onward. And finally, monitor the amount of sales we're achieving through the heyday visits. So what percentage of students are coming back for the 4 to 12 week program? What can we learn from that? How can we improve that process, essentially? And I'm going to hand it off to Harsh.
Thank you, Lucas. So alongside all the goals that Lucas and Nicole already mentioned, we had another goal set for you, which was financial health. We believe that financial health would be crucial for you to turn into a full-time as well as create a clientele that you have already predicted. So in terms of allocating revenue, we have allocated there'll be $15,000 of additional revenue through a new revenue stream, which was the Heyday campaign. So the Heyday Day would create a lot of presence in terms of bringing schools in, and that would cost about $35 per person, and that would be, we are expecting to have 10 schools in our second year, because this is a second year implementation, and we would establish a $15,000 additional revenue through that. Alongside that, we're also planning to have a additional of $3,300 of the 4 weeks mentorship youth program. This would be estimated on the first and the second year basis. So first year, through our social media, we believe that social media presence, we believe that it'll bring in some more clients, just because you'll be sharing your story, you'll be implementing what you already are. You're showing your passion. Korean has a passion, and that passion sells. And that's why we believe that the first year would be a great implementation in those aspects. And for the second year, we're also offering like the Hiri campaign. If they're really interested in the 4 weeks program, they'll get a 10% discount if they are part of that campaign. Alongside that, there'll be additional of $1,500 of revenue for 8 weeks mentorship youth program. We actually wanted to focus on the 4 and 8 weeks in general, just because we believe that 12 weeks is a program where there's a lot of commitment and time commitment that people might not be able to take, just because they might want to try it out for first. They might want to look at it, and they might want to be in a situation where first month I want to try and I'll see what happens. So we have taken that into consideration, and that's why we have taken those. So now let's talk about one of our favorite things, expenses. So we're estimating a 15% increase in estimated expenses in year 1. You have given us a lot of expenses in terms of which are incurred by you. We believe that it's because of inflation as well as some of the social media additions. We believe that there would be a 15% increase in your total expenses. Alongside that, we're also estimating a $2,000 expense for per horse, because we believe that 2 horse, although they are so lovely, we would need more. So we believe that that would also be an added expense. Alongside that, we have allocated $1,500 to social media. Social media would only include YouTube, TikTok, and yeah, that's it. So we've also taken some risks because obviously there are risks in everything. That's a part of business. So for one of our first risks is children cannot really afford a field trip. Like, one of the things is that we need to consider is that it might be expensive for students, right? It might be something that they might not have the budget for. Well, a lot of government fundings are actually available through not only in Canada, but also in Saskatchewan. Alongside that, there could be a lack of interest in the 4 to 12 week program. We believe that the probability is medium, and the impact would be medium as well. Just because, and if this happens, then we're going to implement promotional to upsell. We believe that the more storytelling there is, and then I would sell more, because the story is the core. We believe that the story cannot be done over just one post. It needs to be a video. It needs to say a story on a YouTube video. It's not a one page or one picture kind of a situation. Also, sales of packages from school talks are minimal. We believe that the probability would be low, just because we believe that the field trip would be kind of like a trial period, just for students to have much more influence of why are you doing it, and just to give them kind of like how is it going to help them in the future too. So we also, if that is the case, then we're going to reassess the method of delivery as well. Reassessing the method of delivery, that means that we would change the delivery method in terms of, like, if you're going to schools, there might be so many instances where the presentation is not cutting it off. So maybe bringing in the horse and actually bringing in the horse at the school, and actually bringing students out and explaining them why are we doing this. I think those would really create more demand or more fun implementation in terms of making students happy, as well as going to our goal as well. So our main impact was create a 310 new client base within 2 years. You gave us a target of 142, and we don't believe in getting the bare minimum. We expand. We want to make sure that we get 310. As well as we also want you to focus on full-time, because we believe that this is the core of what you need to do. And after 2 years, we are more than happy to announce that after our implementation, you can focus on your full time as well as be in that business and be in that business that you're actually passionate about. So we've taken some goals as well. So in terms of the key performance indicators. So we've also planned, our key performance indicators would be increased views on social media. Increased social media views are very crucial just because that would be a main inflector for our revenue as well as our client base increase as well. We are also reaching out to over 1,000 students in the first year. That's kind of like our goal for first year, as well as increase in online reviews. We really believe that reviews really help, especially to help to make changes, as well as achieve 302 client base. So let's scale back. Why are we here? So Nicole raised the question, how can Skills for Life grow the organization while maintaining its core values? Well, we came up with some considerations, but we believe that our Calm Confidence program will not only increase online presence, but achieve what you already want, is 310 client bases by the year of by the year 2. And please note that the 310 clients is 100 clients is the first year and 200 clients in the second year, and a combination of both the years. Now we're open to any questions that you might have for us.
So you created a diagram called the satellite cycle. You had school visits, social, increased client base, positive performance. And I was just noticing with school visits, ideally growing that into your social. Do you feel that that does not convert into new clients? Can you speak a bit more about that?
Yeah, so social media is such a big thing, and especially with teenagers. So we believe that if we do those school visits and students get talking, students go and visit it, they'll share it on social media, and it'll really impact the market and grow the client base of your business.
And are they making the decision to versus the parents decide, and so is that?
It could be either. So if a student goes and they go home and they talk about how much they love this program and love this idea and they want to go try it out, then it would be that way. They could also, if students are interested in doing it themselves, they could pay for it. It really depends on if they're wanting to bring it to their parents or if they want to go on their own.
While on this whole field trips, can you go a little bit more into who that target audience is, and then how it can be with other tactics such as the tech might influence that, like say what grades, what age, geography, to the point of what role parents maybe play in that decision-making process?
Okay, yeah, so with teenagers, it'd be people in high school, so 13 to 18, around that age range, and through social media as well as with if they talk to their parents, we're really growing a network here where it's a conversation that gets started and it expands outwards to parents, and through that conversation of talking with people and growing the brand, because if somebody goes and experiences your service, they're gonna, and they love it, they're gonna talk to their friends about it, they're gonna talk to their family about it, and through that it also expands it, and also talk about it on social media. A lot of people want to post their experiences in with this program, so yeah.
I'm curious about two things. I would learn a little bit more about the timeline breakdown and the financial breakdown. I would love to know how you took $35 each person and how that got broken down into that. And is that per teacher, per student? Where's that cost coming from?
I can start with the financials and he can go with the timeline. So for the financials itself, for the Haiti, the field trip, there will be 10 schools that we are estimating, and out of that, 30 students that we are estimating that might be interested in the field trip. We're planning to charge about $35 per person for that field trip. We believe that that's a fair price, just because. That is correct.
Yeah, and in terms of timeline, basically for the initial first year, what we want to do is create the buzz, create the awareness, and essentially still grow our online presence too. Really, right now, there's not much online in terms of Karina's online presence and content that's readily available. So kind of through these presentations and through kind of generating the content over the first year, they don't have a platform to really jump off from. Right. Initially for the public speaking, I believe 2/3 of Karina's time is allocated to the Skills for Life business, and 1/3 is allocated to her other part-time job. Building the digital. Well, initially it'd just be creating the accounts on Instagram and TikTok, which would be free. YouTube is also free to make an account. Again, I think the original videos, you know, maybe they won't be highly edited, high production, but just, again, we really believe in Karina's story and getting that story out there. How did this begin? Where is it going? Why is she doing this? We believe that's really going to bring people in there. So, you know, maybe it's not thousands of dollars into the production, but really just kind of, what is this about? Kind of getting the dialogue started is what we want to focus on there.
would like to make land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. I would like to introduce them: Jacqueline Conway, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Tiffany Stevenson, and Jamie Tomei. My name is Shelley Kay, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following your presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic Harvey will hold up their timing clues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions by raising their hand. Once the escorted to leave, no questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling the competitors throughout the presentation. We ask that you hold applause until after the question period. Competitors, you are free to begin.
Oh man, I hate horses. When I was little, I remember my parents, they would always force me to go to their friend's farm. I had no choice but to say no because I was little. But I hated horses. I despise horses. Horses are just very stinky, they're gross, they're loud, and they're ginormous. They're loud because, I don't know, I would often ask myself, why are they just like loud, stinky, but yeah, I hated them, but I had no choice again because my parents, my dad specifically, would bribe me to, that I get to have my PSP for the entirety of the day if I get to ride horses. But then again, I would ask myself, why are they loud? Why do they keep moving? And that's when I realized that you have to establish a connection, establish a relationship, and interact with the horse. I was uncomfortable, which made the horse uncomfortable. I keep moving, the horse kept moving as well. I hate horses. As of today, 14th of January, year 2023, Karina and Skills for Life will remember this day and the days moving forward as we present the most suitable, effective, and ethical solution for the proposed problem on hand. We are so honored to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Net Consulting. I am Vince, and here is my colleague, Rocco, and we are from Net Consulting. Before we present, I would love to propose our proposed agenda just to make sure everyone will just follow our proposed presentation. Rocco will walk us through our problem identification that will identify the primary and secondary problems, analysis that will identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and the competitive landscape that we plan on bringing Skills for Life and Karina, selection criteria that help us move through our alternatives, and the million-dollar question, what is your recommendation? Implementation that has different stages, phases, and some strategies, risks, and how to mitigate them, and finally, the projection. Now, I'm gonna hand out a clicker to my colleague Rocco.
Hello. Okay, so for your problems, we have narrowed it down to one main problem, and that is that your target audience is too broad. Now, we understand that Karina's wishes is that she could help everyone with this horse therapy, but as a startup company, we simply do not think it is viable to market to everyone. And because of this, it leads to different problems, such as lack of marketing. This is because when you're trying to market to everyone, you're putting all your resources equally across, and that's not as effective as choosing one and committing to that, putting everything towards it. And another problem that is being faced is that you're missing an outside perspective. There are currently 2 employees working there, and they simply do not have the resources or skills to market themselves. You have no social media and only one website. Now, some of your strengths are that your location. You are located in Saskatchewan, which is prime horse country. People in Saskatchewan love horses. They want to do stuff with horses. And that is great because you have horses. And another strength is Karina. She has worked countless years working on her psychology degree and experiencing firsthand what kind of people would benefit from connecting with these horses. She has worked as an EA in schools, working with countless people who would see benefits from the horses. And another strength is that this is a service. People who go to these horses and their lives become changed. They connect with these horses and they see benefits that will last forever. But there are some weaknesses, such as your lack of marketing and your lack of fresh ideas. Some opportunities you have are that expansion. Because this is a kind of niche market, there is not much horse therapy across Saskatchewan and the Manitoba area. You would be able to market this effectively, and everyone would find something new and something that they would enjoy. But there are some threats, such as the economic state. Because we are coming out of a pandemic, people are more and more wary of how they spend their time and money. And this is shown because in the last 2 years, you have had 0 people booking for your 12-week plans. And that is simply because they do not know what they're signing up for because of your lack of marketing. And you do have competition. Across Saskatchewan and Manitoba, there are 8 of these equine-assisted learning facilities. As for your competitive landscape, this yellow horse is horse riders, which we know that you have differentiated yourself. You are not horse riding, you are horse therapy. But this is still a competitor because people don't know the difference when they see these two companies. And for that reason, it has high reach, but it's far on the entertainment side. Now this herd of horses right here is you and your competitors. They have low reach because they are simply not well known, but they are far right on the service side. Now we would like to move you guys up to here. High reach compared to your competitors. As for our selection criteria for our recommendations, we are judging these based on the reach, profitability, and projection. So how well are these proposed recommendations going to get your name out there, generate profits, and are these viable for the long run, or will these simply fade out and not be effective as much anymore? And we are going to be color coordinating these 3 pictures, and if it is red, it has a low impact on that, and if it's green, it is high. So the first alternative, partner with influencers. This would be great because of your current lack of digital marketing, and it would attract clients all over, being able to go to all of their followers. This would have a high reach, a medium profitability, because influencers typically seek compensation for these kind of partnerships, and a low projection, because it is not simply viable to be expected to partner with an influencer for years to come. As for our second alternative, partner with a nonprofit organization. This is great because there are plenty of options all across that have similar people with similar needs. There are many businesses that strive to help the needy and kids who need to connect with others. And this is great because if we establish a partnership with a nonprofit, we can get our message heard more easily. People who go to this nonprofit will hear about our horses. And because they're so similar with the needs of the nonprofit and your own business, they might just switch to or continue going there. And this has potential for the long term because partnering would have benefits for not only the nonprofit, but yourselves. And our third alternative, simply wait and see. This would be focusing on saving money, continuing current offerings, and evaluating the market needs after a set period of time. We think this may be a potential solution because we are coming out of a pandemic and we simply need to evaluate where you want to go with your company. But this would have a low reach, a medium profitability, but it would be good because it is good to wait because you can evaluate more effectively. And I'm going to be passing off to Vince to say which one of these 3 things we recommend.
Thank you so much, Rocco. Now, everyone, the $1 million question, what are we recommending? Not consulting, what are we recommending? Everyone, we are recommending partnering with Saskatchewan nonprofit organizations. Maybe you guys are wondering what nonprofit organizations are we thinking? Primarily, we're looking around Generation Love Project Incorporated and Canadian Red Cross. Vince, why are we partnering with those nonprofit organizations? Generation Love Project Incorporated helps at-risk and unprivileged children, which perfectly aligns with the company of Karina, Skills for Life, which is looking forward to help the risk and unprivileged children. It does also promote building community, upholds children's work ethics, which again does perfectly align with the vision and values of Skills for Life. Next one is the Canadian Red Cross. We all know what Red Cross is all about. It is a well-established nonprofit organization, and it does help out youth communities and promotes inclusiveness, which is something that Skills for Life and Karina would want to have her business have. And who are we recommending? Everyone, I am introducing Troy. Troy is a 13-year-old boy and dreams to be a pilot in the near future. He grew up in an acreage and currently enrolled in basketball, mixed martial arts, and volleyball program every summer. His parents want him to take over their acreage farm after he graduated college. However, they are worried about him not being interested enough about horses. Parents, your worries has been solved. We are recommending partnership with NPO. For phase 1, we are thinking of exploring, and this would go around 1 to 3 months, and this is where an in-depth research would happen. Research potential partners. What are those partnerships? What companies are we looking for? What organizations are we looking into partnering with? Why? Do they align with our current values? Would this bring us more profit in the near future? And how? How are we thinking of partnering with them? Secondly is have Caroline on board. As Rocco has mentioned earlier, there's only 2 employees for Skills for Life. So it would be suitable and ideal for Karina and Caroline to make sure that they are both on board and they know what the current next steps are going to happen for Skills for Life. Phase 2 is to connect, and we're looking around 1 to 3 months here again, and this is where to finalize the organizations. As I have mentioned earlier, we are looking around Generation Love Project Incorporated and Canadian Red Cross, but upon doing an in-depth research, we can then further the research and partnerships wherein what kind of logistics are we looking around here? Would this be a long-term or a short-term partnership? And what kind of relationship are we looking for? Is it going to be informal or formal? And pre-contemplation stage for partners. Now, this is the phase wherein we try to make them aware what Skills for Life is all about. What service do we offer? What benefit would they get out of this partnership? Phase 3, which is to develop. We're looking around 3 to 6 months here. This is where we start establishing relationships. This is where we start to connect and interact with them. Contemplation stage, coming from the previous phase, now that they are aware of our service offered, what's the next steps? Are they going to stay? Will they make them stay? And attend events and meetings. Now that Karina is very fond of public speaking and communicating to public, it would be ideal for her to just attend events of such organizations and make them aware of what Skills for Life is. Make them aware that they actually exist because you guys are lacking marketing campaign. Hence, this would be a good one and take advantage of your public speaking skills. Second is to begin marketing campaigns. We're looking off Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Everyone might be wondering, why are we looking into LinkedIn? LinkedIn is a good opportunity for everyone to introduce their current company and to actually interact with some consumers and some people who might be looking for some jobs if we are looking for expanding our business in the near future. Search engine optimization. We're thinking around 1,000 impressions a day, which is a little too much, but what's wrong with being too much? It would be nice just to put yourself out there, expose yourself out there. And phase 4 is to launch. We're looking around 3 to 6 months here, and this is when we start releasing our partners in our social media apps and websites. It would be ideal for people to know that are following Karina and Skills for Life to know what the next steps are for Skills for Life. I want to know what the current steps, I want to know what the next steps are, and I want to know what the future steps are for Skills for Life. Wow, they are now partnering with Generation Love Project. That's great. Second one is marketing campaigns. This is where our marketing campaigns become more serious. We're thinking of having campaigns that are creative and innovative. Community. Our marketing campaigns will focus on the idea of community, bringing everyone together and making sure everyone's aware of what equine assisted learning is all about. And this is where we also release our new Instagram campaign, which is Love Horses, Love Life. The hopes of this Instagram campaign is to differentiate, set apart what EAL is all about and horseback riding. As Rocco has mentioned earlier, people are confused as what the difference between these two are. You guys have seen the competitive landscape between the two. Horseback riding is more entertainment focused. EAL is more of a service offered company. And third is to release beginner workshop. There are tons of current workshops Karina and Skills for Life does offer, but we then believe that it would be ideal for Skills for Life to have a new beginner workshop that would target all types of audiences, that would aim to have them the basic knowledge, what horse is all about. I myself, I don't know what they even eat. So I would love to attend such kind in order for me to have the basic idea, knowledge, and so then I will know what am I putting myself into. And lastly is to evaluate, and we're looking around 6 months onwards here. This is when we start evaluating our partnerships and contracts. Are we getting profit out of this? Is our brand image impacting because of these partnerships? How is our engagement? Is it going up or going down? Lastly is human resource. We are looking into acquiring a new social media specialist that would then further and make our social media websites beautiful and more entertaining. Lastly is another instructor. Karina wouldn't want to work for 80 hours a week just by herself, so it would be ideal for Skills for Life to have another hand. And moving forward with some of our risks and mitigation, what if there's low partnership? What if Generation Love Project Incorporated and Canadian Red Cross will want to partner with us? This is when we propose our proposition value. If we are able to communicate with them and let them know what the benefits are, advantages are of partnering with us, then I believe this risk would just be completely diminished. Impact is high, as this is primarily like the main idea of a recommendation. Likelihood is medium, as I do firmly believe that no not-profit organization won't want to partner with someone whose vision, mission, and values are just as great as Skills for Life and Karina. Second one is low social media engagement. What if people aren't interested enough to learn about horses? What if people aren't interested enough to follow our Instagram page, because why am I going to follow a horse Instagram page? And then this is where our experienced digital marketers take place. Make sure that they actually research enough in-depth analysis to make sure that they alter the user engagement experience. Impact is medium, likelihood is medium, as I believe once our digital social media experts take place, everything will just like improve. And some of the finances, we didn't come up with some of finances such as website fees, salaries, annual insurance, veterinary medical costs, business license, curriculum and program supplies, utilities, and marketing. We didn't add the marketing as we did plan of having the SEO optimization, and we could see a huge chunk of our pie chart here that would come from our salaries, as we did think that we will have more employees on hand on the year 2025. And some of our projection is that we can see that we have added our beginner program here. Some of the week, and it's just gonna happen every weekend. And you guys might notice too that we have increased our price as we then think that it's viable and suitable for Karina and Skills for Life to increase their pricing, considering the inflation rate and how economic crisis is actually improving after the pandemic. A number of clients, these are estimated through the from the 2021 and 2022 revenue provided, and we're looking around $52,400 as a revenue for the next 2 years here. Everyone, it might be argued that Karina and Skills for Life have already exhausted all their skills and resources considering the effect of the pandemic. It could be also a signal for Karina to stop and just give up. But Net Consultant is here to make sure that these type of companies whose values are actually would impact such big communities and would help students, children, and young professionals to make an impact as a whole is what makes Karina and Skills for Life differ from other competitors. Thank you so much for listening, and we are now taking questions. Yeah, of course. So this would first happen reaching out through them, just like making sure that they are aware that we exist, what our mission, vision, and what our core values are. If we are able to communicate with them, I think no one will just like disregard or even just like reject what our proposition values is. We are thinking of promoting and having free programs for the partners, for the people, yeah, and then we will have them to look for sponsors so that there would be like profit as, again, we are still a startup company, so it won't be very ideal for Karina and Skill for Life to just give out free programs as we aren't really earning anything. The current clientele of Karina and Skills for Life is very limited. It's very narrow to the Musomin, Saskatchewan, and the province of Manitoba. If we were to partner with such NPOs that had huge following, and just like simply as sharing our posts, Instagram page, and having our posters within their actually in physical stores, it would just be a huge step for us. It would be just an additional step for us moving forward to reaching out those people. It could be a stagnant or slow progress, but we do believe that this could be a long-term thing for Skills for Life.
Well, we think with a partnership, we would be a partnership with person we would want to partner with already offer services to our target market proposed, which is children in need. So when a partnership would consist of them getting to experience the horses, and after that, they would still want to keep coming back.
Absolutely. So we did already think about what if Karina or other partnerships just say no and say no to our partnership. I believe there's a ton of opportunities for Karina. It doesn't just end with partnering with NPOs. We can always just like do it ourselves. Why not just post and have Karina and Carolyn exhaust and combine all your resources, quit your job, quit being as a laborer, focus on your job and do all your marketing skills yourself, and I do believe that would just put your company at a better standing.
More challenging target. So could you just help me understand why you're trying to the target audience
with this proposed recommendation, would it identify that we have to specify our target audience into 8 to 13-year-old children, as I have proposed Troy. However, Net Consulting will just disregard the other audiences. Hence, we kept all our programs that will cater to other audiences as well. Partnerships with NPOs, to answer again the question, is that their parents, who primarily are more into following these NPOs, will just share the story that, hey, why not enroll yourself in learning about horses rather just like playing basketball? Basketball could be more entertaining, but I believe that learning about
We still got 4 minutes, so. Great, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to JDC West 2023 ACE presentation. Before starting today's JDC West organizing committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan and Saskatoon is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of the land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, we got Jacqueline Conway, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Tiffany Stevenson, and Jamie Tomei. My name is Shelley Kay, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes Following the presentation, judges will hold a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey in that side of the room, will indicate through timing cues throughout the presentation. Indicate their intent to ask a question by. Once the question period is concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off to silent and there's no talking amongst yourself or signaling the competitors through their presentation. I ask that you hold the applause until the end of the question period. Competitors, you're free to begin your presentation.
Do we have the clicker?
Not quite yet. I will. I think I did. Volume is up.
Business can be like a checkboard. Chess can be an intimidating field, one that's filled with many opportunities, but also many things to be aware of. But if you move the right pieces into the right position, you can position yourself to win the game. My name's Nathaniel, I'm joined with Angela and Sherry, and together we're Team C Consulting, here to answer the case of Skills for Life. The key question that we were asked was, how can Skills for Life grow awareness and acquisition to build a sustainable future? We've broken this hefty question down into 2 key considerations: overcoming a perceptual barrier, as well as approaching and generating leads within B2B. Through our recommendations of planting the seed and nurturing the plant, which is a marketing campaign that moves beyond the classroom, as well as a B2B corporate package, we believe that we'll be able to achieve 2 times ROI and increase awareness for Skills for Life. So let's break this down. Your value proposition is your ability to develop skills and develop interpersonal skills beyond the typical settings of the workplace or the classroom. However, your ability to promote your organization's Skills for Life is hindered because of a lack of awareness. This lack of awareness stems from a lack of marketing, which all tunnels down to a lack of capacity on your end. And this means that, Corinna and judges, you have limited capacity, which requires prioritization of the most important tasks and objectives. And so we've boiled down the most important tasks and objectives into 2 main things: overcoming that perceptual barrier and lead acquisition. So what is this perceptual barrier? Within EAL, there's a lot of misconceptions around that it's just for rehabilitation or just for therapy. However, there's a lot of skills that are applied in your EAL programs that are applicable outside of the program and in the workforce. Things like communication, decision-making, and teamwork. And you need to communicate that the versatility and real-world implications of these skills are developed through your program and can be applied outside of it. And so the question then becomes, how can EAL better communicate the real-world skills gained in order to overcome the perception that your organization's EAL programs are just therapeutic? Focusing on the other half, which is lead acquisition, we wanted to evaluate B2C as well as B2B as 2 options, as we want to make sure that whichever you target is the one that best positions you to reach your goal of either 125 new clients or 40 programs completed. We evaluated these off of 3 things: profitability, alignment with core values, as that's crucial with Corinna's company, and finally, capacity, since this is a major issue. And so we evaluated it, and we found that B2B really aligned with your organization. The reason why is because it's the most profitable. 1 lead acquired can mean either hundreds or even thousands of dollars generated, whereas that would take a lot more time with B2C. As well, this funnels into the capacity, where because you are targeting larger clients, you don't have to spend as much time with each individual client. And so we wanted to detail finally this opportunity in more depth. This increased demand for EAL, your programs, with individuals and professionals is a great opportunity, despite increased competition from other organizations also targeting it. Now, reaching just 1 medium-sized business allows Skills for Life to generate much more revenue and achieve your goal of 40 programs completed. Now, you can leverage your strong network. That's something that Corinna excels at, to over competition and acquire new leads. But at the end of the day, the B2B opportunity gives Corinna the ability to choose accounts that align with your values while maximizing your capacity for growth. And finally, the question here then becomes, how should Skills for Life approach generating business-to-business leads.
From the analysis, we have determined 2 key questions. The first one being, how can EL overcome this perceptual barrier? And the second one being, how should Skills for Life approach when it comes to generating leads for B2B? With the motion set in place on the checkboard, we have now determined which questions we need to approach. This brings us to, what is the next steps that you must take in order to take the crown? We're so excited to introduce you our recommendation of Beyond the Classroom Marketing Campaign and a B2B corporate package. Let's dive into the first one. With the first recommendation of planting the seed, we want to nurture this idea of EAL and the Skills for Life. So the way we want to approach overcoming perception is by changing perceptions through a marketing campaign. With this marketing campaign, it will be titled Beyond the Classroom. We understand that learning with Skills for Life goes beyond the classroom. It goes much beyond just paper learning and looking at PowerPoint slides. It actually goes when it comes to communication, when it comes to teamwork, and when it comes to bonding with people around you. So we want to make sure that this campaign really details your value proposition, which is Skills for Life is a unique way to encourage human development. And not only that, the tone from this campaign, we have to make sure that it's also authentic, warm, and welcoming. To understand that working with horses, it may be intimidating. A lot of people have never even touched a horse or seen a horse for the first time in their life. So we want to make sure that this campaign, it also breaks down that barrier when it comes to approaching learning with horses. And not only that, the goal from this campaign is that we want to clearly communicate your advantage that Skills for Life has over traditional learning, such as in a classroom, hence beyond the classroom. Here are some channels that we decided to use when it comes to promoting your campaign. We want to namely promote through social media such as YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, and the reason behind that is because these platforms are a great way to share video content. So an example of what a campaign would look like is, for example, a kid might come to your barn and look at these horses, and you can show them guiding the horse through an obstacle course. This shows the problem-solving aspect of your service. The second part is, it's not limited to just kids. Adults can also learn when it comes to Skills for Life. You can also showcase an adult grooming the horse, learning attention to detail. So all in all, I want to conclude the campaign with the key messaging, learn Skills for Life goes beyond the classroom. And the impact from this is that it effectively overcomes these perceptual barriers and establishes Skills for Life for everyone.
Now moving into the implementation process, let's take a deeper focus into your key player for your Beyond the Classroom marketing campaign. So working with these key players, you'll be able to hire a photographer, whether that's a family or friend, with a professional camera, and to showcase the reality of your workshops and your working with a one-on-one client. And with this, you will also be able to supplement it by posting on your website. And following that, this social media campaign will be launched on all company-owned social media campaigns, on your social media channels such as TikTok, Instagram, as well as YouTube for that video component, as well as to drive that user engagement. So following this, you'll be able to supplement with improving your SEO, search engine optimization strategy, through optimizing your relevant keywords to increase traffic, to drive potential leads into your website. As well, there will be an opt-in form on your website landing page in order to drive and in order to invite people to opt into your emails. So lastly, you'll be able to measure this recommendation through the 3 key KPIs, such as user engagement, as well as likes and shares, click-through rate, as well as website traffic.
With the second recommendation, we want to nurture the plant after planting the seed. So introducing B2B packages. B2B packages are a great way to actually acquire a new type of customer, which is more business professionals. So with this recommendation, we split this up into 2 parts. The main part of it is the workshop. The workshop is what will look like for these B2B clients, which will basically a one-day workshop with lots of team activities and lots of journaling and reflection. The reason this best aligns with B2B customers is because post-pandemic, a lot of companies are looking for a way for their employees to reconnect with each other. They're usually over Zoom. They don't really talk to each other much except over through Windows Office. But however, with in-person events coming out soon, it's a great way for employees to actually connect and learn how to bond as a team together again. And not only that, the value offering is very important as well. You want to make sure that your company is also showcasing the types of skills they can learn from Skills for Life. For example, the problem solving, the team bonding, and especially the shift in environment. There's a lot of things that we can learn in an office or in a classroom, but there's also a lot of things that we can't learn in an office. That's why Skills for Life is the perfect place for employees to learn how to communicate and solve their problems with their own colleagues. So the impact from this is that after the pandemic, Skills for Life actually provides a perfect surface for employees to reconnect with one another. The way that we wanted to break this down is into 3 steps: generate, connect, and envision. And the way we want to promote the B2B program, with generate, you want to actually create a lead generation. So what this includes the criteria, for example, it can be the local capacity of these businesses, whether it's small or big, or it can also be the alignment with this business. Some businesses are still online, they may not need this type of service to actually reconnect with their employees, but some businesses are slowly integrating back into in-person workspaces, which is perfect for an activity like Skills for Life. And the second part is actually connecting. This is where I'll actually get to talk to these business clients, and this will be mainly done through email and phone, because we really want to build that one-to-one relationship with these clientele. And not only that, we know that Karina has a really good, strong personal network. She loves talking to people. She's really good at building that personal connection with them, which is a perfect place and perfect alignment for B2B businesses. And lastly, you want to make sure that these customers can envision this service. Well, to do that, we have designed a corporate package. And with this corporate package, will come in whether in the form of digital or physical. And inside this corporate package, this will detail out different costing or even different scheduling, and even maybe a breakdown of what it looks like to spend a day doing a workshop with Skills for Life. And all in all, what this recognition will do is that it'll help acquire 40 completed programs and create this long-term strategy that Skills for Life is looking for.
All right, now, how do we execute this B2B strategy? First, let's look at generate. You're able to generate a short list of mid-sized B2B potential leads through your wide range of networks, and we have suggested a few examples for you here in the home of Saskatoon. Next up, with connect, you'll be able to allocate a couple of hours throughout your workday and cold call your potential leads, as well as create an attractive proposal with email marketing. And so these emails you'll be able to generate from these leads from their corporate website as well as your personal network. And so these email templates will be specifically tailored to each of the buyer's decision stage. For example, if you have a lead that just needs that little extra oomph, you'll be able to have an email template specifically generated for that conversion stage. So next up is envision. Envision, you're going to design a corporate package that will cost $450 per hour per business. And so this, you'll be able to generate a personalized schedule breakdown for your corporate client. And to showcase that one of their A teams will have a session 1 with your horse D at 9 a.m. for building teamwork. And at 1 p.m., your session 2 with horse Holly, you'll be able to teach communication to them. And last but not least, the most important thing is for corporate reflection with your team for journaling. How will you be able to measure with 2 KPIs? Number 1 is the number of leads that you'll be able to convert, as well as the open rate for the email for the emails as well. And next up, you want to be able to reach that 1,000 leads, as well as have at least two scheduled appointments B2B by the end of next quarter. And in order to continue that relationship with your B2B and prolong that connection and relationship with them, you want to be able to offer that one-time family-friendly coupon to each employee by the end of that workshop. Now, looking at the implementation timeline, well, we've broken down the Beyond the Classroom campaign as well as the B2B corporate package for you. So something I want to highlight is that the creation of the marketing assets will take around 1 quarter to create, and you'll be able to launch this social media campaign throughout the rest of the year. And next up, with the B2B corporate package, you want to be able to generate potential leads and connect with those decision makers all throughout each per quarter, and so you'll be able to host those workshops and have at least hosted 20 workshops with your B2B clients by the end of quarter 1 in 2024. And after that, you'll be able to monitor and collect corporate feedback with surveys as well. So moving on to costing, you'll be able to, this costs you a $3,400 in costs, in incremental costs. The most important thing to highlight is the SEO as well as the social media costs, creation of marketing assets, as well as purchasing that equine curriculum for with a rough amount of $1,000. And so with the marketing funnel, you'll be able to convert 40 leads by the end of it and have a 6.67% conversion rate. And the total incremental profit for you is $6,800. And that is an increase from what you have right now with your current strategy. And this will give you ultimately a 2 times ROI with your spending per marketing dollar spent. So with following this, we have we've highlighted 3 risks and mitigations for you today. So one thing that I want to highlight for you is that not enough horses, there are not enough horses instructors to accommodate to this B2B strategy, because you, Karina, are the only person that is able to facilitate these workshops on a day-to-day basis. And so with that, we want to be able to mitigate that in terms of a long-term strategy with hiring an additional certified instructor through the EAL program and as well as sponsor certifications. Next up, your customers might think that this service is too expensive. They don't see the purpose behind it. However, your social media marketing campaign will drive that connection and ultimately decrease that barrier and ultimately convert them with a first-time discount as a customer as well. Following this, your B2B strategy, you'll be able to offer that discounted rate for friends and family, and they'll be able to invite them, and through this will ultimately achieve word of mouth for your company.
Ultimately today, we've answered the key ask of how can Skills for Life grow awareness and acquisition to build a sustainable future for Karina's business. It's an important question and one that we considered alongside Karina's own values as well as her own goal of being able to run her own business and work for herself. Through the key considerations of her overcoming that perceptual barrier, where people think that EAL programs are just therapeutic, as well as considering that Skills for Life needs to acquire new customers in order to build that sustainable future that we mentioned, and that in order to be able to build and generate efficient targets, you need to target B2B leads. We've come up with our 2 recommendations, planting the seed and nurturing the plant. With planting the seed, you have an impact on that awareness, and you are able to convert people's opinions from EAL programs just being therapeutic to actually being a program where they're able to bring those skills and bring those lessons that they've learned from EAL programs back into the workforce. With Nurture the Plant and your B2B corporate packages, you're really able to generate leads that will play a role in giving your capacity and Karina's time the ability to work well together. And so you're going to be able to not only sustain this business, but also make sure that Karina is able to continue to generate leads efficiently going forward. Ultimately, it's through this that you're able to reach that 2 times ROI and an increased awareness for Skills for Life. The checkboard's a complicated one with many pieces and with many moves to make. Karina, Skills for Life, you've set your pieces up for success, and through our recommendations today, you're able to make those moves. You're able to move your pieces in the right places, knowing exactly where you need to go. Now all that's left is checkmate. Thank you so much.
So in your presentation, you described kind of like a basic marketing funnel, awareness, consideration, and decision. So activities by Skills for Life and within your strategy really drive people to move from consideration to decision to become a client.
Yeah, so with the consideration all the way to conversion stage, we believe that the most important part is social proof and providing that on your website and your social media. And that is why on those marketing deliverables you'll have, that's why we wanted to hire those photographers and have anecdotes and testimonials from your current clients as well.
I'm curious who we're talking to as well as where. I know you had your B2B strategy with Nick for Drink Unlimited Saskwater. Are we looking at provincial-wide partnerships? Where are we focusing our efforts?
Yeah, I'd love to take that question. So currently, because your capabilities is a two-man team, it's just Karina and her secretary, the problem here is that we won't be able to reach as many businesses as you would like to. However, we understand that starting small does not mean you cannot end big. So with these examples, these are just some of the examples that we suggested. These are around small to medium-sized companies that are also going back into person and are looking for ways for the employees to reconnect. However, after these companies are targeted, you also have the opportunity to target even more companies within the same categories.
So just to confirm, that's the long-term strategy where we're going, or where we starting?
Yeah, I'm happy to take this. This is where we're starting. So these are small to medium-sized businesses within the province.
So provincial level.
Yes. Yeah.
So I have a question. At the start, you said when you broke down the one of the cons of B2C was the capacity to reach out individually. So the difference between traditional and digital is that you're able to have a focused approach with digital, whereas in traditional you're not. It's mass, whether or not they want it, they're driving past the billboard, right? So I'm going through your B2B strategy. It did rely heavily on the individual methods of connecting in terms of the cold calling and emailing. So I would appreciate you expanding on that a little bit more.
Sorry, just to clarify, you wanted to know about the capacity regarding B2B?
So I have a similar question on B2B is how are you identifying the companies that you're reaching out? Like, are you, if it was 25 years ago, are you opening up the phone book and starting with A and calling people? Or how are you choosing those companies and how are you, because that is, I think what you're saying is that's high capacity work on a cold call. And how is that different than what you're saying? Capacity. So versus like, because you can reach a large amount of people with B2C by automating your digital campaigns, which is part of your strategy.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. So on the criteria with the capacity, we're kind of taking into account how much time, even past that first initial contact, it would take to nurture the lead and continue to that conversation with the client. With regards to our recommendation and kind of how we're approaching our B2B strategy, we are pairing our kind of cold calls as well with kind of your personal network, as well as online, you're leveraging things like SEO to be able to have keywords that companies, when they're searching up things like team bonding or kind of skill building activities, they're able to find your organization faster.
How are you, sorry, can we go back to how are you identifying your B2B companies? Because you're going through a cold call technique where you're gonna, so who are you calling?
So with B2B lead generation, we always have a criteria, and the criteria that we've set for this recommendation will be that first it will start off with as a local company and making sure that this company is sufficient enough to actually have the budget to do team retreats, team activities outside of work. And then we also want to make sure that that company is aligned with what your business is offering, which is learning communication skills and really bonding with the team as well. So that will be any companies that currently are back in office and not online.
Have the guest exit.
Yeah.
Case presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan and Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, we have Jacqueline Conway, Mason Gardner, Kira Bloomquist, Tiffany Stevenson, and Jamie Tomei. My name is Shelley Tague, and I will be the academic monitor for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, have timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question by raising a hand. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted out to leave. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors through their presentation. We ask you hold the applause until the end of the question period. Competitors, you are moved.
Good afternoon, honorable judges and guests. We are pleased to be working for your company today. My name is Agnit. To my right, we have my colleagues Sarah and Anjika, and today we'll be presenting to you on why we will be the best option in your expansion plan and new marketing strategies. I'm going to start off with a quick little story. Exactly 8 months ago, I got my baby puppy named Bolly. And honestly, those 8 months have been a long, rocky road. And it hasn't been an easy process because from a puppy to a 8-month-old dog who's I mean, they're still a puppy, but kind of going into adulthood, it's not an easy journey. From the training process, from them being inside, from them pooping inside, from me getting yelled at continuously, it's honestly a learning process, and I can tell you guys that I am way more patient. When I was angry at someone in my house, my dog would get angry. She would start barking, and if I was happy, she was more calm. Just like dogs, horses have an immense capability to really see the emotions that humans carry. At ASA Consulting, we strongly believe that everyone should have the opportunity to this amazing opportunity of learning from a horse and learning from a teacher that can really teach you how to work with a horse and how to really manage your way around, because it's not easy training a dog and it's definitely not easy working with a horse. But if you can get around it, you can definitely start picking up on the horse's cues, become more patient with them, become more friendly, and start understanding each one another. So today we'll be emphasizing the importance of children learning about these opportunities and them getting first-hand experience with this type of training.
Thanks, Ebony, for that amazing story. So to give a quick overview about what we will be speaking about today, the primary issue that we identified for your company is how can Karina and Skills for Life market Skills for Life in order to build clientele so she can work full-time. Our 3 criteria points that we identified through our analysis was we wanted to increase audience interest in personal and professional development, we wanted to increase brand awareness by effective marketing, and we wanted to focus programming on ages 8 to 12 years old and adults. Our solution is our Grow with Skills for Life campaign, and our final impact after implementing our campaign is an increase in $30,000 in profit and doubling their clientele.
Based upon our understanding of the key issue, we used firstly an analytical tool to explore the gains and pains associated with Karina's offerings right now regarding her business. And we strove to look at the gaps associated with that as well. So firstly, when looking at the gains associated with Karina's business, the first one is, of course, clients can learn so much. They can learn life skills, emotional intelligence, really grow personally as well as professionally. And in addition to that, they can also gain the confidence they need to move forward in life and better navigate their relationships. And relatedly, also perhaps make new friends and build their professional network as well. And this we see aligned with what Karina's business offers, which is that her programs are measurable, they're empowering, and they do provide those networks as well. In terms of exploring the pains associated with what Karina's potential clients would be facing, this would be perhaps a skepticism associated with the effectiveness of different programs associated with personal growth. And in addition to that, finding that if people who are currently in the workforce do need to attain professional development credits, they may find that these programs can be a little bit dry. As well, people are very busy, they have limited time. And so these are the 3 things that they are really the challenges they're faced with. In terms of the offerings associated with Karina's program, we see that it is evidence-based, and in addition, it is unique and memorable, combating the dryness that may be associated with some professional development programs. And in addition, Karina's programs also offer flexibility by offering a 4, 8, and 12-week program as well, which can be targeted based upon the skills that clients want to develop. And so there aren't any gaps associated with this. However, we did find 2 gaps. One is that Karina's target audiences seem to lack awareness about clean assisted learning, or EAL. And in addition, they may be distracted, being unmotivated, and perhaps lacking interest in engaging in professional or personal development programs. Based upon this analysis, we attained the critical insight, which is that Skills for Life must focus on increasing its audience's interest in developing themselves and, in addition, interest in its program benefits.
Next up, we conducted a current versus future state. So currently there's 21 programs and 58 total clients that Skills for Life attained. And Karina, sadly you work at a local distributor. And why is this sad? Because your full-time passion is dedicated to helping others learn via a horse, via a friend, which is the horse. And so that's why in the future, we are predicting double the amount of signups, which are the clients, and you working at your business that you started up full-time. The critical insight is Skills for Life needs to prioritize the marketing in order to do this.
Lastly, we did a target market analysis and looked at the different target markets that you could target. So for the first one, we have our 8 to 12-year-olds. So they have a huge parental influence. They often have busy parents. Their parents want their kids to be occupied and learn new skills and are very concerned about their development. They go to school, so they have a huge educational influence as well. We then have 13 to 18. So there's some parental influence, not as influential as when kids are in this 8 to 12 age gap. They are very social media savvy, digital savvy, very much on the internet, but sometimes it can be a little hard to convince to try new things. For adults, we have that adults want to grow professionally and personally. They are working full-time and are really interested in growing and like meeting new people and bonding events. So the critical insight that we derive from this analysis is that young kids aged 8 to 12 and parents have the most to gain from what Skills for Life has to offer. The critical insights we derived are 3 criteria points. So our first criteria point is to increase audience interest in personal and professional development. Our second is that we want to increase brand awareness by effective marketing. And third, we really want to focus programming on ages 8 to 12 and adults. Mostly also because those adults are often parents of ages 8 to 12. So when we looked at our 3 criteria points, we came up with 3 alternatives. So first being an adult getaway, a very luxurious spa kind of experience where adults can really grow personally, learn new skills, and other things. The second was a business development program targeting schools. And the third was to become a non-for-profit organization. So when matched with our 3 criteria points, the solution we chose to go with is to have a business development program specifically targeting schools. So this brings us to our recommendation. Grow with Skills for Life. We have 3 components to our recommendation. The first is to create a field trip and adult programming package. So this includes creating new programs and pricing of varying lengths and brochures for decision makers. The second is we want to really outreach to schools, so reach out to local school division and other schools in the province of Saskatchewan and really leverage the relationships that Karina has built. So we really want to build trust and relationships, what Karina is good at, and kind of access a clientele that will keep returning every year. Our last strategy is we want to retain our customers. So we really want to foster community and increase engagement.
Based upon this implementation plan, we are proposing the first phase, which is developing the marketing materials and the programming to target these audiences, the schools and group homes, as well as the children within these schools and group homes and their parents as well, or guardians. Firstly, in terms of marketing to the decision makers of these organizations, we would first be proposing developing a field trip package where you would be designing programming that students could go to for a day. And it would be about $10 per kid, so it would be $2 off compared to the regular $12 that we calculated. In addition, there's a secondary program where you could speak with decision makers and talk to them about potentially incorporating this program as an option for kids in these age levels during their regular school days. And so this would be providing a seamless experience that would provide benefit to them personally as well. And in addition, marketing to parents, this would be when parents may be volunteering on the field trips and may be more interested in Queen-assisted learning. And so we are proposing as well development of brochures to highlight the existing adult programming that your organization offers, but in addition also offering a new weekly class for adults, knowing that they have limited time, but also knowing that they might be interested in this beyond the 4-week span of time. The reason behind this is that it is low cost to implement. Brochures are very easy to design and develop. And in addition, they're a great way to kind of provide a less invasive way of marketing to these people as well. And so in terms of the resources involved, print and paper, as well as your current administrator, which is Carolyn, in terms of her designing that content for you. And it would take approximately 2 months for the design to be completed. And the expected impact would be the number of schools and group homes visited and reached, which is approximately 500.
On to the next phase, which is actually reaching out to schools. So we want you, Karina, to reach out to schools in the local school division and the province of Saskatchewan. So really leverage those personal connections that you gained working in that industry. And for schools you don't have connections with, outreach via email and phone if available. We also recommend having info booths at professional development days for schools to reach out to these schools. So we really want to build trust and relationships with schools to attract new clients, but also attract a certain amount of clients that will most likely return. When growing up, when I used to go on field trips, we went to the botanical gardens every single year. And we really want to capitalize on Karina's strengths and network. So how? Again, leveraging those personal connections, keeping track of progress using an Excel sheet, creating email templates, and booth marketing collateral. We also want to offer an incentive to schools. So we want to offer a 1-hour free session per school for up to 8 people, just in case school educators do want to try out the facility before sending their kids. The resources required for this phase is just the free session for educational instructors, any booth costs that are associated with having a booth at professional development days, and marketing collateral necessary for those booths. The timeline for this phase will be 5 months, and the KPIs would be the number of new school contracts signed for field trips.
Of our phase is actually the customer retention journey. So we strongly advise you to implement this to continuously bring in and keep that community of everyone living in Saskatchewan together. So what is this? It's a Facebook group that keeps everyone in touch, that just keeps them informed about classes and the sessions. But in addition to that, they can also post pictures with their kids. So say one of the schools went on a field trip, the parent volunteered with them, they can post a video or post anything so other parents across Saskatchewan can see and could potentially want their kids to be going to this facility. So why? We want them to come back and foster community. We want the kids to come back year after year and potentially volunteer with the community, with the association, or just come back just because they want to. And how? Create an immense word of mouth. Parents have a great power in deciding where their kids go. So if they really like the field trip they were on, or if they really like their kids' feedback after they came home, they're gonna wanna suggest it to their neighbors, their friends, and other people that maybe wanna work on not only behavior but also human development. And this will happen between the sharing of the community posts, because again, this is a small business and word of mouth is super powerful, so we really want to capitalize on this and use this to our advantage. And so resources, Carolyn will be going to the schools and talking to the principals, and just timeline 1 month for the Facebook to set up. It doesn't take that long, but it does take long for the content to start coming in and for us to curate something for everyone. And KPIs is the number of individuals that will be joining the Facebook group. So there's up to 500 groups in Saskatchewan, but given the 2 years time frame and the limited resources, which is just 2 instructors and 2 horses, we advise you to do 18 schools. So 10 classes of 25 kids each is 250 students at one school, and if we times that by 18, it'll equal 4,500 kids, and the $10 fee will come up to $45,000. Given your expenses in 2022, you guys are currently at negative 13,000, so your overall revenue will be 30,000. Just above $30,000.
So for the timeline, we begin at month 0, and we want to start creating some of those packages that my colleague Sarah here mentioned, putting those together, making those brochures. At month 2, we want the packages to be complete and start working on a database of schools for reach out and email template creation, as well as invoice template creation. Month 3, we want to start reaching out to new schools, and Carolyn is to start on the booth development, so making some of those collateral that's needed to have these booths at professional development days. Month 5, we want to look into which professional development days we can apply to be a vendor at. And month 7, we hope to attend the professional development days. And lastly, month 8, we start the Facebook group, and that's the end of our timeline. For impact, we believe that the 3 phases of our plan Programming, outreach, and retention will lead, as Avneet said, an increase in $30,000 in profits and double the amount of clients.
We also explored the risks associated with our plan. The first one is that Carolyn, your administrator, will quit or have limited time to work on these brochures and to work on the materials required for marketing. And in terms of our plan to mitigate, this would be that we would encourage Karina to reach out to her personal network for assistance in developing those materials. Secondarily, there's also the risk that participants may get injured in the program and that parents may be concerned about this. However, the plan to mitigate this is to incorporate a mandatory waiver to sign, as well as conducting monthly safety audits to make sure that everything is going smoothly as well.
To conclude, what did we speak about today? So we started with Avneet's story and how working with animals is not just a fun time, but is a very good way to grow personally and learn new skills. So the key issue that we identified in your case is how you, Karina, can market Skills for Life in order to build more clientele, grow your business, so you can work full-time and really dedicate your time to your business. The 3 criteria points was to increase audience interest in personal and professional development, increase brand awareness by effective marketing, and really focus programming on age 8 to 12 years old and adults, specifically their parents. And we believe our solution, Grow with Skills for Life, achieves this. We believe that by targeting 8 to 12-year-olds, we will access clientele who will stay with us for a long time. By talking to schools, we'll have a client that will come repeatedly. We'll increase personal and professional development, both in parents and kids, as kids will spread the word about their fun field trip to their parents. And we also will increase brand awareness by effective marketing through word of mouth, sending brochures, and the Facebook group. And our final impact is an increase in $30,000 profit and, again, double the clientele. And with that, we thank you for listening, and we will now take any questions.
Question about your strategy kind of in general. So you're focusing, you identified like kind of parents and kids and parents really being kind of the core target. Maybe you want to go through the school route. Why did you decide to go kind of a kid first approach versus a parent first approach? Can you speak more to why you went the direction you did?
Yeah, so I think for that, sometimes, parents, they're working, they're busy, they're sometimes hard to reach in that sense, and we identified 2 key influencers for kids, parents, and schools. And so when kids are 8 to 12, they go to school, and oftentimes, field trips and other things like that happen. And so we believe that, I know when I was a kid and I went on a school field trip, I would immediately come back to my mom and be like, oh my God, I went to this really cool field trip. You should totally check it out. So we really want to kind of hand out brochures at those field trips and so give to parents, because not all parents might have that interest. For example, my immigrant parents wouldn't really respond well to that, but we feel that kids, because they're so easily influenced, we're able to kind of capture the market share better.
I'm hoping you can build a little bit and define your audience a little bit more. Could you build a little specifically on who and where? If you're talking about schools, where are the schools? Are we looking provincial-wide? Are we looking locally near Mooseman? As well as who are you targeting this campaign and this approach towards? And we'll push that down a little bit so we can understand your thought process.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, we wanted to kind of first reach out to the local school district, as Karina has a lot of connections there. So we'd see that we get a lot of success, and then move on to all schools provincially in Saskatchewan, which, as Evie mentioned, is 18. Specifically, we wanted to kind of target teachers, principals, anyone who kind of has decision-making power at schools.
So, use on the execution element, because I heard booths, I heard pictures, I heard brochures, I heard Facebook, which was one of the last things you did on month 8. actually get to conversions versus activity?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it all starts with actually just talking to and reaching out to the principals, and basically you're going to be presenting your idea like, hey, this is what we do assisted learning, and we think you'd be a great fit, and we would love for you to try it out, right? So we're out going to the principals, and then from there we get the contract signed, and a class of 25 will come to the facility, and they'll be instructed with all the necessary skills, and that's where we hand out the brochure, and that's where the kids then will take that experience and what they've learned to their parents if they weren't there, or the parents would be free to come and volunteer with them. And so the brochure is just that second tactic, that just to get something home. They see it on the dining table, they're like, oh, what is this? Kind of a conversation topic. And the Facebook group is actually just so once we get everything rolling in, that's where they'll have a chance to foster that community and be like, hey, I took my kid here. Oh, look what my kid learned, or this is what we did, or check this out. And that's where you all can also present your offers and monthly deals, and just talk about anything that you want to.
I have 2 questions quick. What's your call to action on your brochure?
The call to action would be either emailing or calling you or Karina herself.
On the website?
It wouldn't be on the website per se, yeah.
Okay. Second, if we have time, can you take me back to your financial slide? Because I think I'm confused. I know I'm confused. So if you could just break that down. So you're targeting 18 schools across Canada, or Saskatchewan, sorry, wherever we are, Saskatchewan. 10, can you just explain your financials really quickly?
Yeah, so with that, we're assuming we're doing 10 classes, or you all are doing 10 classes per school, and so we got the 10 to 250 students times 18, which is the 18 schools. That gets you to 4,500 kids total, and the price for each individual kid is actually $10. So that's $45,000.